Peoples, welcome to the stream. We are here to save Eorzea once again with the PK Thunder Ties, Little Pumpkin Butler, and the newest edition. It finally showed up in the mail. Little bike with a sidecar, and it is a two-seater mount, so somebody else would be on the back there by the tire. They just kind of hold on for dear life because Alpha got the seat. Yeah, it finally showed up. This is the thing I was checking the mail for like consistently yesterday. And it was just refusing to show up. But yeah. The good sir will not be on for a little while. So what we're going to do, because he's consistently ahead of us getting to the next dungeon and things, because he's a filthy cutscene skipper, so we don't talk about it. We are going to get caught up to the next dungeon, and then we are going to do New Game Plus after that. So, in the meantime, let's get it. Beneath a star-filled sky is this quest. There is not to be gained from dwelling on an eventuality over which we have no control, much less one that may never even come to pass. Let us tend to more immediate matters, informing Commander Blogden of Titan's demise, for example. You may be certain that he will be glad of the news. Would you be so kind as to break it to him? I suppose. Before we do that, let's go mount guide. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. Add to favorites. 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 I do love the puppy. Cool. So now my mount roulette will only pull things in the favorites section. Ah, you're a sight for sore eyes. When the others came back without you, I feared the worst. But they said you had matters well in hand. Explains that I single-handedly destroyed Titan. All settled then, is it? I'm glad to hear it, but not half as glad as my men will be, you believe me. Regardless of whether or not he was summoned properly, a primal's a primal, and there ain't a soul in the maelstrom that hasn't lost a friend to one. Don't get me wrong. Like, we were all prepared to do our part, but we weren't so naive as to think we'd live to tell the tale. Thankfully, of course, it didn't come to that, which, my friend, sounds to me like cause for celebration. Now, I know you a lot of places to be, but why not stay the night? We'd be honored to raise a glass to the triumphant return of Titan's Bane. Cues cutscene.
Who goes there?
Just me. Chill out.
Oh, it's you. Forgive me for straying from the camp. He hasn't been feeling too welcome, to say the least. I thought a change of scenery might do him good. But, alas. So quiet out here. The stars spread out before us, beckoning across time and space. Dawn may banish even the darkest night. How bitterly beautiful, those words. I should be stronger for all my experiences. Yet my heart aches more than ever. I never understood why Grandfather gave his life that day. I thought that if I came here, I would find the answers I needed. But when I finally laid eyes on the land he sacrificed everything to save, saw firsthand the bickering, the pettiness, I was disappointed. I was angry. I could not fathom how these people were more deserving of his love than his family, than me. Nevertheless, I had to believe he had good reason. I was determined to uncover the whole truth of the calamity and, perhaps in so doing, find my own purpose in this sea of chaos. My travels have been enlightening, but I cannot say that I have enjoyed them. I have lost count of the many petty crises that I was helpless to resolve and of the people whose actions I could not understand. There were others, of course. Good people. People with whom I felt a kinship, whose lives I could not save. I found myself asking what it was all for. Why try if I was doomed to fail in the end? But then I recalled Grandfather's words to my father, years ago, before he left Charlayan behind forever. To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. We must all protect that which we hold most dear in the manner of our own choosing. We have to try, do we not? Of course, it's one thing to try and another to do. There were times while I was tracking the warriors of darkness when I faltered, when I was afraid. But then I thought of my brother, of Urianger. Oh, pray forgive me. This conversation has been rather one-sided, hasn't it? Mayhap you could recount some of your adventures in Ishgard.
I traveled far and wide with two companions, Justinian and Isel, who were under some rather unique circumstances. I had the pleasure to fight alongside Sir Aymeric when Alfnaud and I came at last to the Dravanian hinterlands. Now I must say Justinian and Isel.
Gods! They must have been at each other's throats from dawn till dusk.
Pretty much, yeah.
I dare say you managed to keep the peace, though. Merely being in the presence of the Warrior of Light is surely enough to shame anyone into behaving. The hopes and dreams of so many rest on your shoulders, Warrior of Light. As long as the sun rises, we can but carry on, for the sake of those we hold dear.
To what end dost thou cling to the tainted gifts of the Mother?
Every tool has its purpose. Even this. Well, what is it?
The seeds sown in Vilbrand have been plucked from the earth and left to wither. Alas, Titan's demise sufficed not to drive the kobolds to deepest desperation.
What did the man in white have to say?
That we are to proceed as he did first set forth.
Well, that's easy for him to say! It's not his bloody world on the brink of destruction, is it?
Be thou well reminded that with an end to Ishgard's unrest, naught now remaineth to preoccupy the Scion's thoughts, and thus may they devote their every energy to thwarting thee and thine.
Foresee? Are you sure you don't welcome them? I'm starting to think you might hold a candle for your old friends after all.
Pray do not mistake mine intent. I but look upon the path which lieth before us with due trepidation. Shouldst thou be of like mind, pray consider then another course. For the power to invoke the ardour belongeth not unto the Ascians alone. With thine own hand strike down thine enemy, the so-called hero who would see thy home lost to light. Do but this, and thou wouldst at a single stroke disrupt the all-too delicate balance of this realm, plunging her straightways into chaos.
You do realize what you're suggesting, yes?
To ignore the plight of those one might conceivably save is not wisdom, it is indolence. The words of my teacher, and a creed I hold close to my heart.
Very well. Draw him out. We'll make it quick.
It shall be done. What good a creed one cannot uphold? What hurts soothed? What lives saved? Oh, hapless fool, what hast thou wrought by thine own hands? Minfilia, my friends, I shall not now beg your forgiveness. Full deeply though it paineth me to walk it, I shall not stray from my chosen path. As Moonbreeder remains steadfast, so too shall I.
Sorry, guys. It's been a long day today. Did a lot of chores. Well, not chores, errands. I do still have to do chores. But we're going to leave those for another day. Hold on. I got to say hi to someone in the free company. Let's see. Had to say hi to Cupcake. What hope, he gazed under. I trust you had good night's rest. I was but this moment speaking with Dankred and Yustila via Link Pro. They had some interesting news to share. Apparently, during the course of their respective investigations, both came across crates which had once been born Ishgardian seals. It would seem that someone in the capital has been busy indeed. Accordingly, the Temple Knights have launched a full-scale investigation. Sir Aymeric believes that it is only a matter of time before the culprits are found, but we shall have to wait and see. In the meantime, it seems only prudent to look into the recent activities of the other tribes, in case they too are flush with Ishgardian crystals, and with that in mind, I suggest we pay Urianger another. Wait, where's Alize? She was here a moment ago with Gabu. Oh, Y'shtola, Y'shtola, where have you gone? We're not looking for Y'shtola, we're looking for Alize. She's over here. Ah, let me guess. It's time to leave, isn't it? My apologies for disappearing again. If it is any consolation, I already have my things packed. How is he? Brother, Commander Bloden, something tells me you are not solely here out of concern for his welfare. But to answer your question, there has been no change. He will not speak or eat. I am not even sure if he slept. If he did, he seems none the better for it. He just shuffles about with that same expression on his face. You will look after him, won't you, Commander? And treat him with every kindness? He's still in there, I know it. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. Is he still in there? He is still in there, I know. Beneath the anguish and the despair, he's still fighting with all his heart. He deserves to be given that chance until he comes back to us, until we know for certain what has become of him. Aye, you needn't worry. If he hadn't risked his neck to warn us and help you secure the better part of the crystals, this could have turned out damn sight worse than it did. We'll not soon forget that, and nor will Maelstrom Command. I'm so sorry, Gabu. I truly am. You should never have been made to, and I know I cannot possibly understand. Mayhap there is nothing I can do or say. The pain, the anger, the helplessness. Hold fast to the memories of better times. Remember them as they were. And when it hurts so much your heart feels fit to burst, let it burst. Let it burst and fill up again with your love for them, and never ever forget. Come along, little one. I will remember them. And you, Alize. Thank you. At least he spoke. I face sister, your words reached him. In time, he will recover. Stop it. And those who orchestrated these events will be made to answer for their crimes. Sit. Sit. Down. Good boy. 1,000 times over, there will be a reckoning. Stay. Waking Sands. Inventory. My last Vesper Bay ticket. We have heard the glad tidings from Gomorrah, my friends. By the grace of the 12 and your most valiant efforts, the people of Limsa and Lamissa may rest easy. I should like to think so, yes. Though we failed to prevent the Lord of Crags from manifesting, we did succeed in weakening him, enabling our friend to dispatch him before the Warriors of Darkness could make matters worse. 'Twas by no means an unmitigated success, but it will have to suffice. Then let us speak of another matter, one which weigheth heavy on my lady's mind. As thou didst request, I sought out the Gruan oracles, that we might better understand the aims of the Warriors of Darkness. Though their copious use of allegory defieth any single interpretation, the oracles paint a most disturbing picture, one of worlds parallel to our own, and yet linked, reduced to ruin with every umbral calamity. 7 times have they succeeded. Then, of the 10 and 3, only 6 worlds remain. Aye, all is as Lady Menphilia spake to thee. As for what becometh of these reflections when they in the source are rejoined, frail flesh undone in umbral fires, each soul sundereth to her call, to flow unto the endless sea, there to endure one and none. Then if the Warriors of Darkness succeed, everyone in their world will die. In essence, the verse speaketh of the reunification of the flesh and subsequent return to the life stream. However, this fate may yet be preferable to the alternative, for if the first were allowed to fall to transcendent light in the manner the Warriors of Darkness described, it would give way to a void wherein none may know either life or death. Far better to die than they reason, for in death there is life. The essence of a soul which returneth to the source may be born anew, saved. Such at least is their belief, I surmise. If that is true, then, gods, no one should ever have to make such a choice. Ere we speak further on this subject, I would share with thee another recent discovery. 'Twould seem that several sizable shipments of crystals have been delivered into the hands of a certain Alamegan parties. Alamegans? Strange. And you believe this to be the work of the same Asgardian smugglers who supplied the beast tribes? I know beyond shadow of a doubt, at least thou... And lest thou wonder at their motive, I would remind you that the Asians did once attempt to bring about the summoning of Rauger. The individuals who took receipt of these shipments are refugees belonging to a group devoted to the cause of Alamegan liberation. It may also interest thee to know that the Ishgardian suppliers appear to be none other than the remnants of the Alain Royale's network of spies. Surely you jest, and yet it is not so surprising. Bereft of leadership and hunted by the Alliance, I can well imagine such villains being desperate enough to conspire with the Asians, assuming they even know or care who their new employers are. All of which is irrelevant. Forgive me. We must seek out the resistance group which received the crystals without delay. Peaky Thunder, Alize, will you come with me to Little Alamigo? All of which is irrelevant. I'm sorry, guys. There's just so much happening in the Free Company chat right now. It's ridiculous. Yes, of course, I should like to hear what they have to say for themselves firsthand. Do you ever walk in the light of the crystal? Alpha Node, Alize, Peaky Thunder, are you three listening? Good, I have tidings. The Temple Knights raided the smuggler's warehouse less than an hour ago. A cursory interrogation of the prisoners yielded confirmation that they were in the employ of, and I hope you are sitting down, a man in black robes. Then you have them then, and the crystals too. But few remained. Regrettably, it would seem they dispatched one final shipment in the hours before we struck. 'Twas bound for Little Alamigo, we are told, where it would be received by members of a local resistance group. Since Sir Amrich's men no longer have need of my services, I have a mind to head that way. As do we. By happy coincidence, we learned of the shipments but a few moments ago. And there I was thinking I might finally be one step ahead of the Warrior of Light and his little helpers. Wait a moment. There is more, and I defy you not to be surprised by this revelation. The leader of the Ishgardian smugglers was formerly in the employ of one Elaine Roaly, and the infamous Ivy herself. Once again, Thancred, I fear I must inform you that. Thancred, with whom else have you shared this information? About the smugglers? No one. As I think I mentioned, the raid was less than an hour ago. I was planning to contact Yustola next, but is there someone else you would have me notify first? No, there isn't. She's starting to put things together, no one else is. So, just so y'all understand what I'm laughing about and what I've been typing. All my stuff's in the way. Hold on a second. Get rid of that, and get rid of camera. All just for a second. I don't know how well y'all can read that, okay? Is there a way to... Oh, no, there sure isn't. But... So, every time Cupcake gets out, I say hi. And I was telling him what was going on and stuff. And I was like, oh, I'm getting close to this. Redoing certain things, blah, blah, blah. He's like, oh, you're creeping ever closer to the juiciest men of them all. And he's like, do not refer to Xenos as such. Hater. I was like, honestly, I'd rather have Daddy Stinian or Mommy Stola. He's like, I do have to agree about Estinian. He is so cool. One-arm push-ups. But I don't know. Aren't discussing one-note characters with big asses deserving of love too? And this guy's like, he does not have a big ass. He's flat like everyone else in this game. Hater times 2. I was like, agreed. He is fairly flat, but he's got a good chest. Besides, what else do you have to look forward to in Stormblood? I was like, absolutely nothing. Honestly, Stormblood is too long and jumbled. It's definitely not my favorite. I like Shadowbringers a lot, though. And they go, Emmett Selk, who is the most babe of them all. Robin, if you say anything, I'm fighting you. Robin, nope, that's true. I was like, you mean Corella Selk? His hair just reminds me of Corella DeVille so much. He can skin me. No. So we just, we have some things going on in our Free Company chat. It's honestly, it's getting menacing. It's ridiculous. But I'm gonna try to take a pic of this as best I can anyway. So I can send this to the good sir. There we go. Alright, the good sir needs to see that because he loves Corella Silk. So. Okay. Now, turn everything else back on that we had on. And we continue. What in the world has gotten into her? It's twice now that we have sought Oriange's aid, and twice she has treated him as if he were a stranger. The Archon was one of Grandfather's most dedicated pupils and spent as much time at the Levier estate as we did. He's practically a member of the family. Truth be told, I struggle to recall a day from my childhood when I did not see the three of them laughing together. If this continues, I may have to raise the matter later, though. Little amigo awaits. No, you should probably raise it now. But that's right. For story purposes, we won't raise the question. I will get to the bottom of this. Oh, forgive me. It's been a long day. Did you have something to say? I've always struggled to understand what's going on in his head, now more than ever. Listen, PK Thunder, if anything should happen, it should be me who just know that I am prepared to do what must be done. Right then. Two more pressing matters. Since we have no idea when Thancred might arrive, I suggest we see what information we can get in his absence. So to review, we are reliably informed that matters of the Alamegan resistance operating here have taken receipt of several large shipments of crystals. Our task being to ascertain who and why. Given the size of the settlements, I find it hard to believe that anyone here could be wholly unaware of the resistance's movements. The challenge, of course, will be finding individuals who are both able and willing to share such information with outsiders. It would seem sensible to divide our forces. PK Thunder, why don't you question the residents in the eastern half of town? Alize and I will do the same in the west, and afterwards we can rendezvous here to share our findings. Start upstairs, make sure there's nobody up here I can talk to. The resistance? Damned if I know. It's not as if I'd be any use to them. If you set store by all these tales of secret weapons, good luck to you, but I'm too old for the masks, bedtime stories. This is our lot, and it's time we got used to it. Let me guess. Come to join the fight, have you? No need to deny it, friend. You're not the first to answer the Griffin's call. While he's lit a fire in every Alamegan heart, he's also inspired more than a few Uldans to pledge themselves to the cause. And little wonder, the Garleans won't stop until we're all under the yoke. I see you there going around asking questions, looking for the Griffin and his lot, I bet. Seems they're the talk of little Alamigo these days. Folk wondering what he's about, what he's got in store for the Garleans, and what's under that mask of his, of course. Some say he's hardly got a face, well, with all the scars. Others reckon he's been marked for death by the Empire, and that they'd send a bloody legion if they knew he was here. Your guess is as good as mine. I suppose I should ask what you learned, but I think I already know. Lot of nothing. This Griffin seems to be the leader of a newly formed faction within the Resistance, the Masks. Yet, despite their growing popularity, no one seems to know much about them, only that they are the most aggressively militant group to join the movement in recent memory. Indeed, many claim their commitment to the cause of Alamegan liberation is unrivaled. We can but hope their revolutionary fervor is never channeled in the direction of a primal. Though I feel confident that this is the group which received the crystal shipments, we yet lack proof. Before taking any action, I would speak with the settlement's leader to confirm my suspicions and mayhap enlist his help while I'm about it. Given that you and Gundobald are already acquainted, mayhap it would be best if you took the lead, shall we? Bum 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 bum. we're off to see the wizard, the wonderful Wizard of Oz. Speaking of, I want to see something right quick. I don't have any titles attached, so let's see. Good attempt. No, not Alpha now. We're not here to talk to him. There we go. Much as it pleases me to see you again, PK Thunder, I cannot help but wonder if I should be worried. I hear you and yours have been asking questions. The Griffin, I know of him, as do we all. He and his masks have become a leading faction within the Resistance. Though there was suspicion at first, given his secretive ways, he quickly proved himself a charismatic and capable commander. Men are drawn to his passion and his vision. They truly believe that he has what it takes to lead them to victory. But I cannot help but admire the man for what he's accomplished. But I have not forgotten Wilred. I was blind to the danger of his ambitions, and you were not. Oh, that's shit. I skipped that last sentence. My bad. How convenient. 'Tis but a pity Thancred is not here to join us. You two go ahead. I shall stay behind and wait for him. Rendezvous with Alphanat at the sunken temple of Karn. I can fly no higher. Well, that's some bullshit. Alright, moving on. Lay down, buddy. Has it begun already? I hear voices coming from within.
Brothers and sisters, 20 years ago, Alamigo, our home, was claimed by the Garlean Empire. In our haste to overthrow the King of Ruin, we turned a blind eye to our foes in the north. With our glorious revolution, we but laid a path for a new tyrant to succeed the old. And when confronted with our failure, we fled. Not a day goes by that I do not think of those we left behind. Think of them and feel ashamed. And I know each and every one of you feels the same.
I can't remember who this guy is.
We abandoned them, our own flesh and blood, to labor till their backs gave in and their breath gave out, building the twisted steel ramparts which now mar our once majestic mountains. We abandoned them, the brave and true, to fight and die for their country, or worse, to be conscripted and sent off to rob another poor bastard of his home. We abandon them, the meek and powerless, to bow and scrape when the Garleans pass, to sully themselves that they might live to see another day of misery. The Black Wolf may be dead, but a new Imperial Viceroy reigns in Alamigo now. A beast, not a fraction as merciful. You all know the Eorzean Alliance will do naught to oppose him. For all their promises and platitudes, they will not act if there's no profit in it. Only we can free
our brothers and sisters from the Empire's tyranny, my friends. Only we have the courage to stand and fight. They have imprisoned us. They have enslaved us. And they have murdered us. But no more! Blood demands blood, and the Garleans shall pay for every drop they have spilt upon our lands. This I promise you, for we have a power within us, my friends. A power befitting our pride, our righteousness. Only join us, and we shall grant you the means to unleash it, and together we shall see the Alamegan standard raised over the mountains of Gia Arbania once more!
A power befitting their pride. Not at all ominous, that. Wait, is that...
Ida and Papa Limo.
What are you two doing here?
I could ask you the same thing. Well, this is quite the surprise.
If you see what I see, if you feel as I...
Might I suggest we continue this conversation in more agreeable surroundings?
For it is not strength of arms that will win this battle, but strength of heart.
We're just gonna express how glad I am to see you both alive and well. And you, though it was obvious you and PK Thunder would be fine. The Crystal Braves never had a realistic chance of capturing any of the Scions, divided as they were and distrusted by the better part of Eorzea. But if you truly believe that, forgive me, what exactly have you two been doing all this time? Repaying a favor. After the banquet, we had no choice but to flee Ul'dah, and we would not have been able to do so without the aid of some old friends from the Resistance. That's right, they smuggled us out of the city and sheltered us in Little Alamigo, all at great risk to themselves. Obviously, we couldn't let that go unacknowledged, so we offered to help them out with their operations for a while. When we learned of the Scion's exoneration, that Lolorito had severed all ties with the Crystal Braves, and that General Radoban had been reinstated, we resolved to make contact, but having long since discarded our link pearls as a precautionary measure, our options were rather limited. To make matters more complicated, we were embroiled in a delicate operation at the time, leaving me with little choice but to entrust a letter to a courier. I gather from your puzzled expressions, however, that you never received it. To be honest, we thought this might happen. While the masks are happy to let the refugees spread the word within the community, they're pretty strict about communicating with outsiders. Oh, and we also heard a rumor that the Griffin doesn't want us meddling in his affairs. The Griffin mistrusts the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. Curious, it is well known that we are no friends of to Garlemald. One would think that the man we saw beseeching all and sundry to join his cause would welcome our support. I should say that the man you saw was not in fact a Griffin, but an impostor, a talented rabble-rouser to boot. It would not surprise me if he were responsible for the majority of these public appearances. As you may have gathered, the Griffin is an extremely cautious and distrusting man who has made every effort to conceal his identity. Even when we participated in a raid under his direct command, we were not permitted to approach him. It's hard to know what to make of it all. The secrecy, the impersonators, the masks. What? It's not as if I'm making all of you wear one, and mine only covers half my face. It's completely different. Anyway, when we heard the Griffin was due to give a speech, we thought it might be a good opportunity to get a better sense of the man behind the... to get a better sense of the man. For all the good it did. And now we have heard the whole of it. But tell me, what prompted you to take an interest in the Griffin? Explains the story about the crystals being taken, possible summonings. Summoning? You're not serious. I can't believe it. The Resistance would never entertain such a ridiculous plan, but the Griffin, well, the man is an enigma. I cannot say with any confidence what he would or would not do. What I can say, however, is that the speech we heard today was not the first to make the reference to a power capable of defeating the Empire. The Mass have made many such claims of late. I confess I had assumed it to be mere bluster, but in the context of the shipments which you spoke, it is not impossible to say that they are alluding to a primal. Whatever it is, we'll find out together, and if anyone tries to stop us, they'll answer to me. Indeed, that is assuming you'll have us. Well, of course. Okay. Before we continue, I'm going to take a quick BRB bio break. So I'll see y'all in just a moment. Let's get it. Anybody else say anything cool in the free company? If, as you suspect, the Griffin is indeed plotting to summon a primal, we must needs obtain confirmation while there is yet time to act. To that end, I propose we question his double. Given his role as the group's de facto mouthpiece, I should not be surprised if he were one of the Griffin's closest associates. And while he may not be aware of the most sensitive details, he can probably tell us the mass plan. He can probably tell us the mass plan in broad strokes. Like the man whom he impersonates, however, he is very wary of outsiders. He will not expose himself without a suitable incentive. My plan is as follows. You and Alphina will pose as adventurers fallen on hard times, inspired by his words to take up arms for a noble cause. Edie and I, as members of the Resistance, will recount tales of your past achievements and testify as to your usefulness in the struggles ahead. With our enthusiastic assurances still ringing in his ears, he will decide to welcome you in person, and we will arrange a meeting. You will need to look the part that we might maintain the charade until we have him cornered at least. Here, this should be enough to purchase suitable garments from Telbot, and to have him rub a respectable amount of dirt on them for good measure. Any questions? He's just like, here's some cash. It all seems enough, thank you. And with that, Peaky Thunder, let us be off. Let us be off. Good son. We take to the skies on a cloud. Sham, 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 sham. Sham, 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 sham. You want to buy what? I don't know what you're up to, but I want no part of it. Well, you're the ones with the guild, and seeing as you're friends with Papa Limo. There, a tunic and slops for the both of you, tailored and treated to your taste. Now off with you, before someone sees us together. Clothes make it the man, as they say. Right then, I'll go ahead and change and see at the spot Papa Limo marked on our maps. Armory chest, I gotta put the nonsense on. The nonsense on. Gotta put on the pants too. The pants too. Weathered shepherd slops, weathered shepherd slops. Equipage. Vroom vroom, mother trucker. Well, look at us, a pair of down-to-heel adventurers seeking a chance to recapture past glories. Yes, this should suffice. And now we play the waiting game.
My thanks, comrades. You must be the esteemed adventurers of whom I've heard so much. I understand you have taken an interest in our cause.
A great interest, you might say. Your words have certainly made quite an impression on my friend and I. The Resistance has long, and some would say wisely, avoided open engagements with the Garleans, but you and yours seem confident against the world in arms. I can only assume you have good reason to be so bold. Why, one might even think you are planning to summon a primal. Because that would do much to explain the sizable shipment of crystals you recently received from your smuggler friends, whom our Ishgardian allies have since detained, lest you wonder.
I'd like to hear more about the Griffin. The real Griffin. Your performance earlier didn't fool us.
The famous scions of the Seventh Dawn. I should have known better than to think I could conceal the truth from you lot. You are right. I am not the Griffin, but I speak with his voice, and it was at his behest that we procured those crystals. You are wrong, however, if you think that we procured them to summon a primal. We used them to reach an accord with the Amalja. In exchange for crystals to summon their god, they will aid us in the fight for Alamegan liberation.
You've got to be joking. Have you gone completely mad? When people find out you helped the Lizardmen summon Ifrit, they'll turn on the Resistance. Alamigo will never be free.
That's the point. They're Imperials in disguise, watch.
This isn't a fairy tale, girl. We don't have the luxury to play at being honorable heroes. It's because the likes of you wouldn't sully your saintly hands that Alamigo's been under the yoke for the past 20 years. But the Griffin won't stand for it, and neither will we. We're ready to do whatever it takes.
What proof do you have of this arrangement with the Amalja?
What? Aside from a lack of crystals? None. But the beastmen have a great big pile of the things if you fancy looking. You might want to hurry, though. It'll not be long before they summon their god. Search our camp if you don't believe me. We have naught to hide.
If there is a cache to be found, Ida and I will find it.
Then let us be off. Are you perchance the Warrior of Light? Aye. I thought so. You should know that a great many who have joined us did so because you saved them. Because you showed them that one brave man can make a difference. You saved me too once. Helped a friend over in Quarry Mill make some medicine I needed. But that was a lifetime ago.
That was a long time. I don't even remember that dude's name.
On behalf of my brothers and sisters, I thank you. You gave us hope where there was none. Courage and strength when all was lost. We shall not squander your gift.
I know that look, Ida, and I do not like it. You cannot seriously be contemplating taking up arms with that band of cutthroats.
I just...
If the Griffin and his men have their way, it is only a matter of time before the situation in Alamigo comes to a head. Your homeland's future teeters on a knife edge, and any reckless action, however small, could have irrevocable consequences. You mustn't lose sight of that, Ida. When the time comes, we must all make our choices, but we must do so in full possession of the facts. Now, let us away. There is work to be done.
I don't have to wear this anymore, yeah? Cool. Quarry Mill, he said, do you remember? Forgive me, you cannot be expected to recall every name and face, and besides, it's not as if it matters. I have long admired how you live in the present, how you focus on the problems at hand and always keep moving forward. So let us keep moving forward together, PK Thunder. We must find and secure those crystals. This is no time for looking back. What is that? We're about to do One Life of the World. So we got 2 quests left before we go into 3.5. And then Belsar's Wall is towards the end. Excuse me. We take the Griffin's double at his word. Then the crystals are now somewhere within Zaharak, ready to be used by the Amalja. We must appraise Alizé of all we have learned. I will join you both in Little Alamigo after I have changed. I've already changed. Wahaha. Sheba, Las Vegas. Sheba, Las Vegas. Sheba, Las Vegas. No, I'm just kidding. Sheba. I love Shebas. They're so cute. Now that Dankred has finally arrived, mayhap you could share your latest findings. Explanation. You mean to tell me that while we were worrying ourselves sick, Ida and Papi Lim were here all along? Well, Istola will be relieved, and also angry. Mainly angry, I should think. As for the crystals, what choice do we have? We cannot very well leave them in the hands of the Amalja. For all we know, they could be preparing to summon Ifrit even as we speak. We must make for Zaharak without delay. Agreed. If there is naught else to discuss, let us depart at once. So they go forth in accordance with the Griffin's plan. The players gather to assume their marks on the stage wreathed in flame. Ere long the curtain shall rise, and the drama of which I am author, gods forgive me, shall at last be performed. Naught else remaineth save to stand at the ready and pray that the chance is seized, for never shall we know its like again. I'm assuming we're going to have to do Ifrit hard, which is where we'll stop and wait for the good sir if he's able to get on today. If not, then yeah. I confess I expected a warmer greeting, but we must not jump to conclusions, not until we have braved the Bowl of Embers. We must be ready to engage the enemy at any moment. If you would make any final preparations, pray do so now. I shall await your signal. Upon proceeding to the Bowl of Embers, or I guess it's Bowl? B-O-W-L? No, it's Bowl of Embers. Several cutscenes will play in sequence. It is recommended that you set aside sufficient time to view these scenes in their entirety. Son of a bitch! One life for one world. Are they voiceovered at least?
This isn't right.
It is.
The Amalja would never leave this place so poorly guarded.
That's because the Amals are
Not
getting their ass
willingly,
kicked.
no.
The Warriors of Darkness.
Ah, the saviors of Eorzea. Slow as ever.
By the 12. Will you never learn?
You know, you're right. Mayhap it is time for a change of tack. Killing primals, tormenting beastmen, hastening the birth of a new god. It's all a bit much, isn't it? And frankly, we don't have the leisure to do it. But killing the warrior of light, on the other hand, that would soon plunge Eorzea into chaos. One life for one world. A fair exchange. Wouldn't you agree?
Lest you forget, you've more than one opponent.
Carbuncle! Defend me!
And then he just catches it.
I sense you will offer more than mere target practice, unlike your sister.
Alizé!
Mind you, this is all before she got her gear. So.
Did I not tell you, Alphino? I am not the girl I once was. My brother was always the clever one, while my talents lay elsewhere. If you would dare to stand against us, to destroy all that we hold dear, then you shall die by my sword.
I'm just like, oh yeah. Let's get it. Here we go. Yeah, I'm not letting the healer stick around if I can help it. Healer's down. Don't worry about that.
You shall fall soon enough.
Did they just LB3? They did, and I couldn't see that. That sucked. They basically LB3'd and everybody got healed. Which is some BS, but alright. Oh, we all just got home ganged. I can't break free.
It ends now. What?
The chains!
You snake! You would betray us as well?
He that holdeth fast unto his convictions shall never count betrayal amongst his crimes, though all the world may call him villain. My path is unchanged, my creed sacrosanct. This I believe with all my heart. But say, warrior of darkness, and speak true, what dost thou believe? That rendering up the souls of thy world in service to the rejoining will grant it salvation?
By the 12! Oriange!
Mine apologies, Master Alphino. That the brightest light might shine, duty did compel me to walk in darkest shade.
You sweet fool. I was almost willing to believe you had turned against us. I expect a full explanation when this is over. For now, may I assume you have turned your cloak for the last time?
Thou mayest, my lady. By thy leave.
He's like, Beesh!
Even odds then. No matter. We'll crush the lot of you in one fell swoop.
He's gonna try to do meteor, isn't he?
Understood.
Hearken to me. We only have one chance. Channel your ether into my blade that I might strike before the mage casts his spell. I cannot do it alone, but together we can defeat them. Make ready! They come!
Oh shit. Y'all gotta get him off me if I'm gonna do this. I was about to say, their whole team is down, bro. Can somebody get him off of me?
Alize, are you hurt?
No! I hit circle by accident when I reached for my controller and it totally just skipped that whole scene. Sorry guys, we're gonna miss that part. It would seem we are in southern Thanalan again. Minfilia's doing no doubt. May the 12 speed her on her way, and the Warriors of Darkness too. I cannot help but wonder what awaits those wayward souls. If they gave their lives in order to travel to the source, then in returning to the first, would they not? But mayhap that was their wish. My bad. There should be a way to just replay that certain section, but we'll find out. Forgive me, my thoughts were elsewhere, and this when I know full well there is yet work to be done, the crystals. Leave them to me, I will go back to Zaharak and secure them. The Amalza will still be in disarray after the thrashing the Warriors of Darkness gave them. They are not like to notice a lone bard skulking about. But, Tancred, you don't have to do this? I know, but I want to. I will see you at the Rising Stones. I apologize, guys, for accidentally skipping that scene. I should go and find Ida and Populimo. They must have finished searching the mass camp by now. Not that it matters anymore. You must be tired, PK Thunder. I know I am. If thou wilt permit me, my lady, I would ask a question. When didst thou become aware of mine independent pursuits? When I saw you meeting with the Warrior of Darkness and the Ascian in the Great Library. I tried not to think the worst. You've never been one to confide in others, so I knew that even were your intentions pure, you would not share your plans with us until you felt the time was right. But I cannot deny that a part of me feared you had simply betrayed us. Would that there had been another way, know that I took no pleasure in deceiving thee, and that these sins will forever weigh on my heart. I understand why you did what you did, that you but sought to achieve the greatest good while inflicting the least harm. Not many would have the courage to make that choice. But even knowing what came of your actions, I find that I cannot condone them. I'm sorry. PK Thunder, forgive me, but I believe the events of the day have taken their toll on me. I should like to rest a while. If thou wilt grant my leave, I would gladly escort thee unto the refuge of thine own choosing. Once thy lady hath regained her strength, we shall join thee in the Rising Stones. Until then, Warrior of Light. I'm gonna go to... Let's go here. So if I'm not mistaken, there's a way to just replay cutscenes, and if that's the case, I'm gonna fix what just happened real fast. If that's the ability. If we can't, then we can't. I'm not gonna trip on it too hard, but I know it has to do with the end rooms. That's why I'm going there real fast. Bard. Machinist. Red mage weapon. They're like sharing like all these like really old relic weapons. I'm trying to see if any of them shared any black mage ones. Black mage. My other class is a black mage main, so ooh, that's nice. But anyway, toy chest, unending journey, I believe. No, we're post Dragon's now. One life of one world. Here we go. Oh, I don't know which cutscene it is. So it's not this one. It's not that cutscene. Fuck. I gotta learn to stop tapping so much. Let's try cutscene 3. Yeah, okay. From right here. So I gotta do 3, 4, 5. So there's 5 cutscenes. And I skipped. From here on, I skipped by accident. I literally went to grab my controller and hit X to forward this right here, where he's like, Alize, are you hurt?
Alize, are you hurt?
I reached for the controller, my thumb hit the circle and X at the same time. So it was like, skip, yes.
A touch dizzy, but otherwise fine. Thank you.
And there you have it. Our friend is too stubborn to die.
We are far from finished. Or have you never considered how we came to this world?
Crystals? You mean, like the Ascians?
Just so. As the Ascians flee unto the rift twixt plains with crystals of darkness, so did these warriors come hither with crystals of light.
Eloquent, as always. Aye, like the Ascians, we too are beyond death. You cannot defeat that which is eternal.
Wait! Such methods as the Ascians employ require the renunciation of the flesh. You would have had to...
Die? Yes.
At long last you see. To save our world, we gave our lives. We were just adventurers trying to make our way. An odd job here, a favor there. We never aspired to be warriors of light. But word of our deeds spread, and soon people were calling us heroes. They placed their hopes and dreams on our shoulders, and bid us fight for all that was good and right. We fought, and we fought, and we fought, until there was no one left to fight. We won! And now our world is being erased from existence.
Is it like flame crackling? Hold on.
We did everything right. Everything that was asked of us, and still it came to this.
Let's try refreshing the audio just as a precaution.
You of all people should understand. We will not falter. We brought our world to the brink of destruction, and now we must save it.
So
I've died before, Arbert. I'm not afraid to die again.
Arbert, that's his name.
No matter how many times we fall, we must arise and carry on the fight for those we left behind.
To have known the depth of sorrow and embraced the highest sacrifice. Nonetheless, Master Louis-Sois, guide my hand, I pray you, as fate's thread spinneth upon this most capricious spindle. Quickly! Thou must needs invoke the power of thy crystal.
Apologize. It wouldn't have to be done this way if I didn't fuck it up to begin with. Oh, it took everybody here, huh?
What is this place?
Such pain. Such sorrow. Oh, my dear children.
It can't be.
Mother Heidelin, hearken unto your children's plea. From two worlds do we gather, and from two worlds do we offer a bounty of light. In this desperate hour we do beseech your intercession. We beg an audience with the word of the Mother, with your chosen Minfilia.
Your cries go not unheard, nor your sacrifices unnoticed. Though many are lost, there are those we can yet save, whom I can yet save.
Minfilia.
Blessed children of the first, the light of your world hath grown blinding in its radiance, but it is not yet absolute.
I will hie me to your world, and there take unto myself the light which riseth even now to drown it, as darkness once did drown another.
Now you deign to answer our prayers? I will suffer this farce no longer!
As the Ascians must serve as instruments of Zodiark's will, so too must others carry out the will of Hydaelyn. But for the boon you have granted her, she has grown strong enough to set me free, that I might serve as her emissary. Your suffering, your sacrifice, your supplications, she has heard all. We will not let the first fall to light. Thank you, Urianger, for bringing everyone here. It fills my heart with joy to look upon the faces of my friends once more.
In taking you unto her bosom, I knew that Hydaelyn had bequeathed to you a sliver of her grace, granting you strength long sought. And in treating with the Ascians, I learnt of a star like unto our own, a doomed world of fallen heroes, in whom I glimpsed ourselves, the first. Full long did I search for a means to save this world, concluding at the last that the answer lay in the power of blessed crystals. And thus did I labor to set light against dark. Yet I knew from the beginning that this salvation would not come without sacrifice. For the instrument of the first's deliverance would of necessity be required to journey thither, there to remain, mayhap forever.
You orchestrated all of this, not to save her, but to send her away!
One life for one world. Such was the bargain, and you the coin, though it were not mine to spend.
Have we not walked together in the light of the crystal, and at her bidding borne witness to the joys and sorrows of this land? Each and every one of you knows my heart. If this be the price I must pay, I pay it gladly.
You would go alone, then?
My dearest Thancred, you who have ever watched over me, I am truly grateful for all you have done on my behalf, as would my father be. Your kindness, your compassion, your love. These are your gifts to me, and our gifts to them, forming a bond which transcends time and space.
Sometimes I forget you are not the child I once knew. Make me proud.
Long have I watched you from Hydaelyn's side, watched as you nurtured and kept safe the light of the dawn. The dark recesses of the world hide untold secrets and dangers. Thus do I entrust to you, Tupsimati. I pray you, keep to the path that you may never have need of it.
would seem the power of our crystals is all but spent. Perhaps, if there is naught else to be done.
Hear me, servant of Hydaelyn. If you would have us place our trust in you, then I would ask a favor. Take us with you. Take us home. We were blind to the truth once, so I tell you this, as one fool to another. Light, dark, it doesn't matter. What matters is how you choose to use them. We made our choice and you see what came of it, so please, forge a different path. Seize a better fate.
It is a strange feeling. So many times have I watched you depart, my heart filled with worry. And ever did you return to me in triumph. Someday, when I have found a way to free this star from her sorrow, I promise you I shall repay the favor.
You stole his mom right there.
Thank you, Amy, for everything.
Adoptive mother, I think, but still. Oh, fuck. I get tap happy, I'm sorry. Final scene. That's it. Okay, so there's the cutscenes that I accidentally skipped. Yeah, my bad, guys. Where do we gotta go? Speak with Papa Limo. My bad, guys. My bad. We're not all perfect. No, to Papa Limo. Well, Matt P. Thunder Alpha Note said you'd be joining us. It would seem the Griffin's double was telling the truth. And so far as we found nothing resembling a sizable cache of crystals in the mass camp, did you perchance find one in Zaharag? Actually, explains the situation. I don't believe it. The crystals, Minfilia, all of it. It's just, I don't know what it is. I sympathize, Ida. Even now I struggle to comprehend that which I saw. The only thing I can say with any certainty is that I feel blessed to have been granted a final chance to speak with her. 'Twas bittersweet, but also affirming. Alphinaud, I believe it is past time Ida and I rejoin the Sirens. We have been away for far too long. Though I am loath to leave the Griffin to his own devices, I feel our investigation would benefit from a more dispassionate perspectives, and I hope that we might in turn offer our own opinions on the many challenges that you have faced in our absence. God, it's been absolutely ages, hasn't it? I can't wait to hear about everyone's adventures. We should be glad to recount them, and Tataru's tales may well surprise you. Ida, Rauger be praised, it is you. Ida, alive and standing here before me in the flesh, I can hardly believe my eyes. Oh, come now. Has it really been so long you don't remember me? It's Gundobald. I fought beside your father in the revolution. Do not think less of her friends. It's been 20 years since the occupation sent us our separate ways, but the resistance were always welcome in Little Amigo. They gave us hope, and young Ida most of all. Ida was always full of fire, ever the first to volunteer for a mission, until the day she up and vanished, that is. There were rumors, and we feared the worst, but here you are, alive and well, looking nary a day older. Well, what can I say? I'm sorry for running off like that and making you all worry. It's a long story, but you see, I got involved with my friends here, the Scions. Oh, sorry. We were still the Circle of Knowing back then. Right. Anyway, I wanted to come back and tell you, but it was all very secretive stuff at the time, and as you can see, I'm completely fine. I know we've got a lot to talk about, and we will, but right now I've got to hurry back to our headquarters. My friends are expecting me. Pray forgive her. It's been a long day for all of us. I promise we will visit again at the first opportunity. Let us return to the Rising Stones. Hells take me for giving you that mask. For giving him that mask, you say? Oh. Guess my audio is a little up there, huh? Let me mess with a couple things, guys, real quick. Good attempt. Good attempt. Should be fine. To the Rising Stones, good lad. Yes, Minfilia's mom would be very proud. Very sad, but proud. Still kind of up there, huh? Even though I lowered it? better. If it was more, would have been. Ah, the first clue. Yes, the first clue. Welcome home, PK Thunder. I trust your journey was uneventful. You will be pleased to hear that Thancred has secured the crystals he sent word short a while ago. Once he has delivered them safely to the Temple Knights' care, he will rejoin us here and we can declare this matter officially resolved. While awaiting your arrival, I took the opportunity to contact Y'shtola and Kryl and brief them on all that has occurred. I also requested that they return to the Rising Stone at their earliest convenience. Now that our lost friends have been found, it would seem meet to discuss the future. Orianche might as well have left the new outfit on. It'd have been better off, I guess, but he's like, no, I'm coming.
Back in the Solar. It's been too long since we were all together like this. Not since after Moonbreeder.
Much has changed since then. We ourselves, most of all.
Before I continue this cutscene, I really need a bio. So I'm gonna BRBs, guys. And continue.
Though not all who were lost could be gathered here today, we may take comfort in the knowledge that those who are not are carrying on the fight.
While I am grateful to our friends in the north for their hospitality, it isn't half good to be back.
Your eyes are all watery.
But, as Papalima rightly said, much has changed since we last stood here. The Scions of the Seventh Dawn are not as they once were, nor should we be. Our travels in the north brought us into contact with a host of fine and generous people, and their selfless deeds serve to show me that it is not lofty causes that should inform our actions, but our hearts. And I hope that the Scions might continue in this manner, as individuals driven by individual principles. Provided we all sincerely desire to work towards Eorzea's salvation, I believe the paths we follow to achieve it need not, and should not, be dictated by any single ideal.
Companions bound by a common purpose, free to go whither they will. The idea is not without merit. Very well. I shall resume my research of the primals and the elder gods of Eorzea. Should anyone have need of my findings, you need only ask. I should be glad of your continued assistance.
Well, my main purpose in coming here was to see the signs of the Seventh Dawn restored and my dear friend found. Nevertheless, having involved myself in your struggles, I feel compelled to see them through to the bitter end. For Minfilia's sake. That is, if there are no objections.
You will always be welcome here, Kryl.
Oriange, can we trust you to carry on your investigation of the Ascians as before?
Regardless of mine own desires, I am undeserving of your trust, having so villainously deceived you all.
Now, I'll hear no more of that. Would be disrespectful of Minfilia's wishes. She entrusted matters here to us, that we might protect this star and understand the truth which hides at her heart. Mayhap I can handle the former, but I think you far better suited to the latter. No?
Very well. Then out of love for my Lady Minfilia and Moonbreeder both, this shall be my solemn charge.
Papalimo and I should probably return to Thanalan to keep an eye on the resistance. There's still the matter of the Griffin and the Amalja. Not to mention the new Imperial Viceroy. That little lot must be worthy of our attention, right?
Oh, Papa Limo. What have you done?
And what will you do, Alize?
You know I have no great love for organizations and formalities. That being said, this new approach you propose is not wholly objectionable, and we've always got him to keep us from bickering. But I will suffer no titles. I am not here for House Leveilleur, nor to walk in Grandfather's shadow.
Upon that point, we see eye to eye. If it please you, you may think of me as but another comrade in arms.
Well then, Alfie, I, for my part, shall see to the paperwork and
Alfie.
the finances with my characteristic aplomb.
I would not have it any other way, Tataru. And we mustn't forget you. What now for the Warrior of Light?
I'm gonna get these thighs to be a little bigger. I'm gonna go hit the gym. Do some leg presses and shit. Squats. The road goes ever on. A new adventure? What else? Hi, Dem-Dems.
Indeed.
The path behind us was fraught with hardship, and the path before us will be no less unforgiving. But a new dawn shall break over the realm. I see before me the faces of those who will deliver it.
This quest was called what? An ending to mark a new beginning? Yep. So this is the end of 3 point something. We'll be starting 3.5 shortly. Look at them, PK Thunder. The signs of the seventh dawn. Look how far we've come. The people we've met, the moments we've shared, the losses we've suffered, the tragedies we've overcome, all of it has made us who we are today. Where we go from here and what we do and what the future holds, only 12 know. But I know that we will find out together. Wind up, Moan Brita. Alright. It's important to say this. Oh, well, hold on, cutscene. I'll wait till the cutscene's over.
One world's heroes are another world's villains. One world's loss, another world's gain. Where men go as one, there is life. And where there is life, my friends, if I may, I would ask that you entrust Tupsimati to me.
Excuse you?
Clouds gather upon the horizon, and as Master Louisoix's disciple, I would keep it close at hand.
I mean, Philia gave it to me, you dick.
Thank you. I shall guard it well. there is cause to hope. For every ending, every parting, marks a new beginning.
Griffin. The real Griffin? Who's he talking to? Another Griffin-looking guy? Well done, brother. You may resume your normal duties and rejoin the others. The coming battle shall be our greatest yet, and I intend to stand with you all on that glorious day. True believers are so readily led. Elidibus. I have given them everything they desired, all for which they have prayed. I doubt you can say the same for your pawns. Get what you wanted then? Was this all worth it in the end? There were some unexpected developments, but they were ultimately to our advantage. Be it host to a surfeit of the light or dark, a world bereft of equilibrium is but a void in waiting, and a void is of no use to my master. I shall follow her emissary with great interest. As for the pawns whom you so pity, they have delivered unto me a gift, which I do now present to you. The eyes of fucking Nidhogg. Like I said, we should have squished them. The eyes of Nidhogg. Many were the candidates considered, but by your deeds you have proven yourself the most deserving. A man of boundless rage and bottomless despair, in whose breast beats a heart which thirsts for vengeance. Only you are fit to wield these eyes, for weal or for woe. So it was here all along. Nero! Oh, just you wait, my pretty. You and I are going to have so much fun. Alright, so what I was saying before. We just finished 3.4. We are starting 3.5 and then moving into 3.56. This is the Far Edge of Fate is what it was called. Essentially speaking, Heavensward is essentially over. What's happening next is the beginnings of Stormblood. It's like the transition of Heavensward into the Stormblood campaign, or the MSQ. So we have 9 quests. However, we are going to be stopped at the quest Griffin on the Wall, because that is a dungeon. Unless Metal Shadow gets on between now and then. If he does, then we will do Belsar's Wall together. We'll get that done, and then we will finish Heavensward. We got, after Belsar's Wall, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 quests. So, to finish out Heavensward. So let's get it. Tidings of Giravanya. Ah, PK Thunder, just the hero I wanted to see. Would you mind doing me a small favor? I need you to meet me at Diamond Forge. This won't take long, I promise. I don't know why I'm teleporting. I could just walk out the doors. Same thing, I guess, but... Same shit, different day. Whatever. I'm sorry to drag you away from your duties, but as I said, this won't take long. I just need you to stand perfectly still for a few moments. She's measuring me. The little guy's the creepiest of all. Right, everyone ready? Get to work. No squirming now. Oh, and you might want to close your eyes. Are they fighting me? Why do I look exhausted? There, I'll finish. The Warrior of Light's every measurement, from heroic head to intrepid toe. What the hell just happened? Well, wouldn't you like to know? All in good time, PK Thunder. All in good time. Aha! Found you. Alphanode wants everyone in the Solar for a meeting. I don't know what it's about, but he seemed to think it was very important. Go on, we have everything we need. No sense in keeping everyone waiting.
We're here. Did we miss anything?
We would not presume to begin without you, Ida. Orianger has returned to the Waking Sands, but everyone else is now present.
Yes, but for what exactly? We all have duties to attend to, Alphino, so you may dispense with the preamble.
Thank you, Elise. It is the very subject of those duties which compelled me to call this gathering. Though the Warriors of Darkness no longer pose a threat, Eorzea's many troubles demand no less of our attention. And while I stand by the decision to approach each task as we see fit, I fear our effectiveness will ultimately be diminished should we continue to act in ignorance of each other's efforts. Thus, I propose we elect a successor to Minfilia. Not to serve as a fully fledged antecedent, perhaps, but as a coordinator of operations.
Is that all? Well, then the decision seems clear. No one else has shown any enthusiasm for the role, and judging by your performance at our previous meeting, you would seem the perfect candidate. You always did have a flair for politics.
I did not mean to... That was not my intention. As my tenure as commander of the Crystal Braves comprehensively demonstrated, I lack the qualities required for such an office. I would much prefer to remain as I am now, a soldier in the field, so to speak.
Should none of our number step forward, must we then constrain some unwilling candidate to take up the position?
Well, based on merit alone, a certain adventurer would be my choice. Though I concede he might struggle to balance his new responsibilities with, let me see, slaying primals, thwarting legatuses, and feeding the orphan poor.
Thancred makes a good point. Any who would wear such a mantle would be bound by its obligations. Have we not become sufficiently familiar with each other's methods to act without an overseer? At present, I see no cause to so willingly limit one of our number.
Oh my goodness, help! I need some help here!
The hell?
Tataru, are you all right?
Me? I'm fine. It's this poor girl who just staggered in and collapsed on the floor that I'm worried about.
Narco! God, how did... Yashola! Please, you have to help her. Kral, a hand if you would. Let us see about closing these wounds.
Now, we've staunched the bleeding, but it may be a while before you can move about again. Though having seen your wounds, I'm surprised you are still moving at all. Thank you. My message. It was too important to delay. I took the shortest route I could, though I knew it was more heavily patrolled. As you can see, my efforts at evasion were not entirely successful.
Honestly, you're too brave for your own good. What was so urgent that you needed to fight half the Empire to get here? You could have been killed.
I'm sorry, Ida. I had good reason. But I imagine your friends are wondering who this bloody mess of a Mikote is. My name is Minago, and I belong to the Alamegan Resistance. I came to warn Ida and Papalimo about one of our leaders. A man who calls himself the Griffin. He's always been dangerous, but he's planning something new. Something reckless.
The Griffin, you say? I've heard the name. Rumour has it your man is eager to test his claws.
Aye, and on no easy target. He means to assault Belsar's wall from the Alamegan side.
But what does the Griffin possibly hope to gain from such an attack?
From what I understand, he wants the fires of war to spread to Eorzea. And for that, he needs to control the border with Gridania.
So, he means to spark a conflict between the Alliance and the Imperial forces stationed in Alamigo, to have Eorzea's armies aid in the liberation effort, whether they will it or no.
His plan is flawed. Even should the Resistance succeed in occupying the wall, they would not be able to hold it. Imperial reinforcements would drive them out within a week.
Be that as it may, if there is even a chance that this scheme could bring about an escalation in hostilities between Eorzea and the Empire, the Alliance must be informed.
Agreed. I shall depart for Limsa forthwith and seek an audience with the Admiral. Thancred, Uldar is yours. Alphino and Alize, make haste to the Twelveswood and notify the Elder Seedseer of the danger to Gridania. She will duly call a council of the Alliance leaders, whom you must be ready to receive. You will be our voice in Ishgard. Explain the situation to Sir Emeric and encourage him to send an envoy. Tataru, Krile, I leave the care of our injured messenger to you. See that she remains quiescent and her wounds closed. I believe that covers everything. Let us be about our tasks.
I suspect the ill tidings from Girabania will be held as a turning point. The beginning to a bloody end. The business of war was ever conducted with the coin of self-sacrifice. 'Twas Master Louis Soir himself who taught us that such costs are not to be ignored or denied.
And so I shall embrace them. When the time comes, I will make my choice, as you will yours.
Alright, to Ishgard. Demi, go on. Hi, babies. Alright, go on, baby, okay? Greetings, Warrior of Light. What business brings you to Ishgard? Explanation. I forgot that I had the vacuum going, so now my little shark vacuum's just wandering around. That's why she was in here. She's terrified of the fucking thing. She's like sniffing after it. She's like, what is this? What's going on here? Move, Demi. Just ran over your little bone thing. Hang on, y'all. I see you. Wait here. I will summon Sir Aymeric. It's good to see you, my friend. 'Tis but a pity that it must be under such circumstances. Had Lucia not informed me of the urgency of your suits, I would certainly have sent for some wine. But to business. I thank you for bringing these developments in Alamigo to our attention. Ishgard will of course send an envoy to attend the council in Gridania. I cannot say who will represent us, however, as the choice is not mine to make. Not mine alone, at any rate. Given the imminence of the threat, we may forego the formalities of a full assembly, but I will still need to consult my counterpart in the House of Commons prior to proceeding. Will you permit me some time to make the necessary arrangements? Well, duh. Like, I mean, come on now, bruh. I thank you. A representative of whoever we select will require a suitable escort. Make your preparations and inform Sir Handelut that he is to lead in your absence. Yes, Lord Commander. Honestly, this thing made decent time getting over here. Then I can... Oh, that's alright. Knocked it over, but that's okay. Pray accompany Lucia to the gates of judgment and make ready to depart for Gridania. I will have your envoy join you as soon as I can. Furies speed you on your way. We're 3 quests away from Belsar's Wall. If you have no other business in the city, join me at the gates of judgment. We must be ready to depart the instant the envoy arrives. If I could only speak, where are the gates of judgment? How much? 1160. I might go buy the rest of my, whatchamacallit, real quick, all my jewelry stuff that I need. I don't need earrings. Yeah, I don't need earrings, but I do need necklace, wrists, and 2 rings. I don't think it'll let me get 2 rings, but still. Yeah, Oh no, they're just untradeable. You can wear them now. Ping. Ping. It doesn't say they're unique, so. Put me down to 40 poetics. The reason why I did that is because we're coming up to the final dungeon and stuff like that, so I just want to make sure that, I mean, I know I'm more than ready. I mean, I'm level 66. That dungeon will put me at 67. Where the hell is the Gates of Judgment? The thing of it is I just want to make sure that we're golden until the level 65 dungeon, not needing anything. I thought I heard something. We meet again. As it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as Ishgard's envoy. Oh, okay. Where is this thing? It says he's returning to the dock. I mean, again, as it happens, my counterpart in the House of Commons agreed that I should act as the envoy. Not, I can see that there was ever any real doubt. As Lord Commander of the Temple Knights, it is my duty to sanction any military cooperation. Be that as it may, I could not in good conscience make the decision alone, not with the ink scarce dry on the Republic's Book of Statutes. I trust you understand, my friend. Alas, I must test your patience still further by making a brief stop at Camp Dragonhead. Given the trouble brewing in the Black Shroud, I would see that the garrison is ready to defend the border. Well, I'm gonna fly there. I'm not going to do this walking business. We don't walk anymore. Instead, we get carried by magic hands. Magitech hands. Creepy. Moving on. It just looks so creepy doing this. Moving on. I could have teleported here, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, but oh well. My audio's a little off. Hold on. The little robot has returned. The garrison commander waits within. Why not accompany me, PK Thunder? You may see a familiar face. Cutscene. PK Thunder, old boy, how wonderful to see you, and Sir Amric too. To what do I owe the unexpected pleasures? I will have some mulled wine brought up from the kitchens at once, if you will excuse. Nay, do not trouble yourself, Honoro. We shall soon be on our way. Lucia, a brief summary, if you will. Yes, Lord Commander. Explanation. Those villains hardly need an excuse to wage war. Bloodletting comes as naturally... I thought it was eating a cord. As naturally as breathing to a Garl. I mean an Imperial. And thus we shall strengthen our patrols as you suggest. We shall also be sure to communicate these developments to Lord Francel and the Observatorium. I see you have everything in hand. Carry on, Commander. Sorry, I'm like distracted by this vacuum because it's getting close to some cords that I have over here. I want to make sure it doesn't eat anything. Okay, it just pushed them out of the way. That's good for me. I Surprised to see yours truly at the helm? You and me both, old boy. I doubt I'll ever feel worthy to sit where he sat. Yet we can play the hand we're dealt, and with a little help from the veterans and Honoro ceaseless chiding, I'm sure I'll muddle through. So worry not, old boy. Off to Gridania with you. To Gridania, Gridania. Why does it feel like I'm lagging? Like, I tell him to teleport, I tell him to mount, and it takes him a second before he does it. Like, I don't know. Diplomatic duties have brought me here on several occasions, but I find that I am entrapped by the Black Shroud's beauty now as when I first laid eyes upon it. I fear that this time, however, events shall not afford us the luxury of enjoying the splendor of the forest. Seems we are to have an escort to the Lotus Stand, a pleasant place to discuss unpleasant matters, is it not? Yes, of course. 'Tis like that we are the last to arrive. Let us announce ourselves, shall we? What's funny about this whole thing is that I can be, because my monk is 60, I can go become a gunbreaker right now if I wanted to, which also means that I can become a dancer. The envoy from Ishgard has arrived. Very good. This way, if you please. Ah, and the Lementian party as well. Yugiri! I had hoped to slip in unnoticed, but I see I was not the only one delayed in my arrival. Greetings, Sir Aymeric. Admiral, always a pleasure. And PK Thunder, I trust you are well. 'Tis a day for reunions, it seems. I believe you are well acquainted with my escort. Master PK Thunder, I was glad to hear from Riel that the missing scions have now been found. There's much and more I would discuss with you, but let us first attend to the issue at hand, shall we?
I bid you welcome, my friends.
God, she's loud.
As you will by now be aware, the Scions of the Seventh Dawn have come into possession of certain intelligence concerning recent developments in the region of Gyr Abania. It springs, I am assured, from an unimpeachable source. Is that not so, Master Alphino?
Indeed, Elder Seedseer. Our information comes directly from a member of the Resistance's inner circle, and we have no cause to doubt its veracity.
This griffin of theirs is a fool if he thinks he can hold Belsar's wall against the Empire. When the Imperials move to take it back, they will come in force. And the resulting fighting is all but certain to spill over into the Black Shroud.
At the Battle of Cartano, the combined might of 3 grand companies laboured to contend with the remnants of but a single Imperial legion. Alone, Gridania would be hard-pressed indeed to hold back the tide, should the Garleans turn their minds from reclamation to invasion.
May I once more convey my nation's deepest regrets for our inaction in the days prior to the calamity. 'Tis a stain upon our ledger that I would fain remove. Elder Seedseer, I do hereby request leave to deploy a defensive force within the borders of Gridania. Ishgard's return to the Alliance shall be honored by more than mere ink upon parchment.
The Doman people too would join any effort that weakens our common foe. We are few, but our most seasoned shinobi are at your disposal.
On behalf of my people, I offer you my humble thanks. Gridania welcomes your assistance.
It is time we set our contingency plans in motion. Is the Alliance agreed? Then let us make ready for war. Victory favors the swift. There is much to be done.
The Council knows that Alamigo will not soon be wrested from the Empire, and its decision to bolster the border's defences seems eminently practical. Why then, brother, do you scowl so?
I agree that they have chosen the wisest course available. Indeed, the only reasonable one. Yet something feels awry. In making ready for war, is the Alliance not granting the Griffin the very thing he desired? Any attempt to hold the wall is doomed to failure, aye. But I wonder if we have misjudged the prize for which he plays.
That the Council was able to reach an accord so swiftly is a heartening development itself. I only hope my misgivings prove unfounded. Ah, good, you have yet to depart. I feared I had missed you. Sir Emmerich. Master Alvenow, a pleasure as always, and Mistress Alize, how wonderful to see you thus recovered. Pardon the interruption. I had hoped to thank PK Thunder for serving as our escort before our duties called him away. I also wish to thank our Doman ally. Forgive me, my lord. I was but awaiting an opportune moment to join the conversation. A force of habit made me keep to the shadows. No apologies are necessary, Mr. Shugiri. I was most grateful for your interjection when I offered Ishgard support. My nation's historic failure to heed the Alliance's pleas for aid is a matter of record. Even so, the Alliance leaders were plainly unprepared for my impromptu apology. The resulting air of awkwardness might have lingered longer were it not for your timely offer of cooperation, which allowed the Elder Seedseer to accept us both. I very much appreciated the gesture. I only did my duty, Sir Emmerich. The Empire is an enemy to us all, and we are grateful for the opportunity to fight at your side. And full glad are we to have you. Pray convey my regards to the Scions, my friends. We must return to Ishgard. Whatever is wrong with a simple sorry or thank you, must these politicians always make the speech out of everything? That is how we adults speak, dear sister. Mayhap the ones who like the sound of their own voice. In any case, our business here is concluded. We should be on our way as well. Will you accompany us to Revenant's Toll, Yugiri? Actually, I think I shall first pay a visit to East Shroud. I am curious to know how Papa Limo and Ida fared in their talks with the Sylphs. Not to mention what has been going on at Balesar's Wall. I will join you at the Rising Stones anon. Pray return to Revenant's Toll.
Ooh!
Guzza!
Hello.
I half expected you to do the roar. I figured that was your new entrance music.
I thought about it. I was like, we could do the roar. It
Yeah, the roar.
seems on brand. But today's been an oof day. So
Oh. Well, you're just in time. We're about to unlock Balesar's Wall. So, yippee-ki-yay.
You are. I gotta catch up.
Wait a second. Is the good sir behind?
Hey, you've been playing all. You go move 152 bales of hay, and then get home, and then do your dailies on your alt account. Thank you very much. I only did 2 dailies. I did MSQ and I did leveling.
Oh, fucking MSQ is the one that takes forever in a day. I don't even know.
It does, but...
So if your poetics are maxed, why are you even doing the MSQ daily? Just curious, like just for
My poetics aren't maxed.
They're not. Okay.
No, because I've been spending them.
Oh, and on the Dark Knight. That's right.
The Dark Knight. Yeah,
I forget.
Class, I'm actively dragging through fucking content.
What do you mean you're actively dragging through content?
Well, I mean, old content. It's still content.
For this character.
Sometimes. Well, no, the other game, the other side. Yeah, I'm just dragging him through the old content.
Oh yeah.
The reason I call it content is because like a lot of times I run into new people because my character is still low level enough to run into the new people.
Yeah.
And so sometimes we're progging content.
Ah, yes.
That is ancient.
Welcome back, He Thunder. I don't know about you, but I am heartily glad that that all of this talking is over. I understand that these council meetings are important, but I do not find it. But do you not find it tiresome to have to weigh every word before you speak it? I doubt I will ever feel at home in the realm of politics. That said, people have been known to change, and if my brother is willing to run his own errands, anything is possible. Apparently that's not a normal thing. There was an explosion behind me? Someone just used Maggie's explosion. How? Oh, oh my lord, I forgot. They did not remove Maggie's explosion. You have to do a side quest that is like kind of irrelevant, to be honest. I think it's this guy right here. Yeah, magic technical difficulties. Basically, I think it's this guy right here. We talk to him, we do a couple little side quest things, and it upgrades the mount to where it can do it again. Because remember, we destroyed her. And they just kind of gave her to us as a movable, not a working thing. But Griffin on the wall. Here we go. Well, as much as I enjoy the bustle of the toll, I think it's time we headed inside. My brother and the others will not be long. I'm actually down to 40 poetics. I just bought the rest of my my jewelry. So the rest of my jewelry has been purchased for PK. So obviously I didn't buy an earring because I have no use for that. Ah, you have returned from the council. But what of Alf now? Did some other matters require his attention? Mine apologies, friends. I trust we have not kept you waiting over long. Greetings, everyone. Oh, Crow. How's Naga doing? She will be alright, won't she? I don't see why not. She's sleeping at the moment. Tataru's keeping an eye on her, so we'll know soon enough if there's any change in her condition. Her wounds are healing well. With sufficient rest, I'm certain she will make a full recovery. Thank goodness for that. Now, mayhap you would share with us the council's decision. Each of the nations, Ishgard included, has committed to providing military support to Gridania. The Eorzean Alliance will soon have a sufficient force in the Black Shroud ready to respond to any Imperial act of aggression. You know, I almost wish the council would stop messing around and give the Griffin what he wants. I wouldn't like to be an Imperial caught between the Resistance and the Alliance. Ida, you cannot seriously... One does not lightly go to war with the Garlean Empire. Quite. To open hostilities without due consideration would be to invite disaster. If only there was some way to reach the Griffin, some means to convince him to abandon this reckless course. It may not be entirely unfeasible. There is a network of tunnels beneath Belsar's wall, secret passages dug by the Resistance to provide a way out of Alamigo, which may equally serve as a way in. Precisely. If all are in agreement, I would be the one to undertake the necessary negotiations. I am familiar with the route, and the Resistance is familiar with me. About as familiar as they are with me, you mean. Say what you want, I'm coming too. I have some experience in the practice of infiltration. If you would have me, my services are at your disposal. As are mine. It has been far too long since I shared a shadow with a shinobi, and I do not intend to waste the opportunity. 4 is quite sufficient for the infiltration mission. Greater numbers will only serve to increase the risk of detection. Krau and I will direct our energies elsewhere. What of you, Leviors? I will return to East Route and stand watch over the border. Should matters take a turn for the worst, it would seem wise to be on hand. Might I prevail upon you to accompany me, Piquet Thunder? Gridania will be safer with your presence, and while it may not seem the most thrilling duty, dear sister, may I ask that you remain at the Rising Stone to pass on messages and so on? To hold the fort, you mean? Very well, I suppose the task must fall to someone. Safe travels, all of you. I can't remember how she becomes a red mage. Like, she tells us at some point. I just can't remember how she does it. Or when she does, and like how she decided, oh, red magic, blah, 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 blah. You know? But, half an hour.
Finds the best of healing and damage.
True. But she wasn't really even a healer. I mean, she popped a book out and pulled a sword from it. She's like, fuck this book. I'm gonna just use it for the sword. If you have any unfinished business in the toll, pay attention to it now.
Later becomes a healer when she fixes Aether.
True, I guess. I would depart for Hearthrenhort without delay. The nearby watchtower offers an unobstructed view of Belsar's wall, and I would be interested to speak with the Alliance commanders who have installed themselves at its top. Alright. To Hawthorne Hut. PK Thunder, there you are. Come. Amerisix Spire awaits. The Alliance officers on the platform should be able to apprise us of any developments on the wall. Fancy meeting the two of you here. We are about to set forth. Indeed, I was about to say 12 watch over you, but I doubt you have need of divine protection, even if you are venturing into enemy's territory. Don't worry, Alphana. We'll have that griffin by the scruff of the neck before you know it. Do make up your mind, Ida. Nary a moment ago, you seemed ready to shake the griffin by the hand rather than the neck. So, which is it to be? It would be best to decide before we enter into negotiations. Trust me, Papa Lima. I'll shake whatever needs shaking. The talking part, I leave to you. He's like, oh lordy. I think I feel a headache coming on. Let's be on our way, shall we? Some things never change. Well then, shall we make for the spire? Our Alliance friends will doubtless have news for us. Spire is over yonder.
So there's another freaking quest I just did with Alphanaud where it's like you have to be wearing the weather tunic and the weather flops.
You do. I've already done that one, yeah.
I imagine. I was gonna ask, how long did it take for you to realize slops are pants?
After the first incident that we had the issue with.
I couldn't resist. But it's dumb. I hate that kind of BS.
Yeah.
Where they're like, you have to wear this. Why?
Right.
And then he's like, yeah, look at us. We're down on our luck adventures. And I'm like, yeah, because my shirt and pants make me a down on luck adventure. I'm still wearing horns, a sword.
So many things.
Like, I'm wearing freaking boots.
Boots and pants and boots and pants. Well, you're not wearing pants anyway.
Yeah, I was gonna say, yeah.
Alright, well, while you catch up, I'll be right back, guys. I need to prep a few things before I end stream in like an hour and a half. Because I do have to work tonight. So, BRBs, guys.
Sure.
Yep, gross indeed. And, good sir, how close are you?
2 more quests, 3 more.
Till
the one I'm on.
Till Belsar's Wall already?
Yeah, I'm fucking flying. I'd have been there a little bit sooner if I didn't have to do that stupid fight against the Warriors of Darkness. That was fucking dumb.
Mm-hmm.
They're like, hey, you've got to give us your Aether.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here you go. And they're like, don't give us that. Don't give that much. That's crazy.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Hey, give us some more.
Hey, we need more Aether. What the fuck? Stairs motherfuckerly. You fucking give it all.
Serpent Scout. I am eating my din-dins. Welcome, Warrior Light. I assume you're here to speak with our commanding officers. You'll find them at the observation platform. Let me proceed.
The other thing was I was tanking, so I put my tank stance on. So then they'd be attacking me, and so I'm trying to click the sword, and it interrupts me.
That's what happened when I killed everybody except Argbert. And yeah, killed everybody but him. And then it was time for me to give my Aether to the sword, and I couldn't until they revived.
Yeah, and that's the other thing. They keep reviving. I'm like, I
was targeting the healer first, and then I targeted everybody else.
Yeah, and they're like, oh, they've been granted the Echo, and I'm like, after the first time they've been granted the Echo, I'm gonna start downing people and taking off fucking heads. I'd like to see the Echo fix that.
Right.
Like, I'm not even, like, I have got a sword. I'm not even gonna start having qualms about removing fucking body parts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna take off goddamn legs and be like, the Echo brought you back, but it didn't give you your fucking legs, did it? Fight me.
Why doesn't the Echo do that for us? Mid-boss fight.
Yeah. I was thinking the same. I was like, kind of, but not really. Like, when everybody wipes, but
yeah,
not
but we have to die. We have to die.
Yeah, we all have to die.
So it wasn't the Echo giving them that strength. Like, they were healer at LB3ing.
Yeah. Periodically.
Right. Greetings, my friend. 'Tis good to see you both well. I was hoping you might turn up. I've dragged half the watch here. See, and the sight of you might help remind them why we bothered. If memory serves, I have not seen many of you since the day of the Grand Melee. Having borne the brunt of your blows, may I say what an honor it is to stand at your side. 'Tis heartening indeed to see the realm's most stalwart defenders thus gathered in common cause. Speaking of which, what news of the wall? All has been quiet. Wow, that audio is delayed. Oh, did you see that picture I sent you of that conversation we had with the Free Company?
Yeah. That was pretty good.
It was fantastic. Report. What 7 hells fighting has broken out on top of the wall? A full-scale assault. So the Griffin has made his move.
I remember this place. Ugh. I hate tanking Belsar's Wall.
Not only that, haven't they changed it?
No.
No? Well, then it shouldn't be too bad.
Not that I can remember. Just sucks. Like, it's one of, like, I feel like it's one of the last dungeons that had enemies that didn't group up. Like, you got archers.
Yeah.
And, like, you gotta, like, fucking follow them because they're, like, putting all kinds of crap on you.
Got it. Someone has. And what's that supposed to mean? The attackers. They're wearing Grand Company colors. Impossible. We gave no such order. Of course, the wall was never Griffin's target. It was bait. We have been goaded into deploying our armies nearby, thus lending weight to his deception. If those uniforms were convincing enough to deceive my scouts, the Empire will surely think that we've launched an offensive. This could mean war. Even so, this may yet be no more than a diversion. With the armies of the Alliance occupying the Empire's attention, it would be comparatively easy for the Griffin's supporters to slip into Alamigo. He could then incite a rebellion amongst the populace, which the Imperial reserves would be hard-pressed to contain. Eorzea, meanwhile, would be plunged into chaos. Beacon Thunder, we must make for the wall at once. What? Just the two of you? Our companions embarked on a mission to sway the Griffin from his course, and are likely halfway to his command post by now. They will emerge in the midst of a raging battle, and I do not mean to abandon them to their fate. It will be dangerous, aye, but the confusion may work to our advantage. If we are careful to avoid the skirmishing, it may yet be possible to reach the Griffin, and if we can do that... Lady Hilda, might I ask that you have an airship ready to bear the Scions to safety? Huh. I don't know who this Lady Hilda is, Marshal, but you can count on me.
She ain't no lady.
We must prepare for Imperial reprisals. May the Navigator guide us through the storm. Forward, comrades. Time has come to drive the Empire from Alamigo and force action upon those who have turned their backs to our suffering for so long. Let this victory be the first step in the liberation of our homeland. Alamigo will be free, no matter the cost. Oh, come here. Hold on. It invites a party. Hold on. I gotta find it. Hold on. Hop on, good sir.
Let me just get out of the bird. Oh, right pillion.
Bing! You're just on the tire. It's so great.
I don't get to ride in there?
Nope, that's for Alpha. Fuck you.
So wait, can other characters ride this too then?
Yeah, I think they all do this. Well, I would say hop over to Aranthe real quick and see, but yeah.
Let's see what happens. That was very bizarre. Bizarre. Because I'm like, Iranthe's way too fucking tall. The legs would be everywhere.
Legs would just be everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
From what Papilimo told me, the trail ahead should lead us to the shadow of the wall. As we have two objectives, I suggest we divide our forces. I shall take straightaways for the tunnel, and attempt to intercept our comrades ere they stumble into a bloodbath. While I do so, I must ask that you scale the wall. Know that I would not propose such a course if there was any other way, but the time for subtlety is past. Take a band of your most trusted companions and cut a path through the griffin. Make him see reason by any means necessary. Once we are free of the tunnels, we will make for your position with all due haste, and if everything proceeds according to plan, Hilda will then swoop in and spirit us away to safety. I only pray that we have enough time. Belsar's Wall, now accessible. Baelsar. Trying to see if anybody would care to join us before we queue.
Anybody online?
I don't know. No. There sure is not anyone online. It says less than 5 though. I wonder if that fate's still going on. It was right over here. It was a boss fate. I'll just do it as my way mage. It is, but how much time? 152. Oof. That's gonna be a rough one.
Not Lazy Lawrence, is it?
No.
How much is this guy?
Yeah, but I already have a gnat attacking me. And it's not even a part of this fucking thing.
Wait, just climb up here.
Yeah.
Like, you could literally have just flown right up here. What? 45 seconds to spare? 50 seconds to spare?
Right.
What were you worried about?
I thought he was gonna take a little longer. Not gonna lie. I'm gonna go out to the enmity of my enemy. It's level 42, but I think we'll be okay. It's 30
small chocobo.
And it's 33% done, so I just figured, fuck it, might as well do something while we wait, you know?
Like 40 pages left of my book.
Mm-hmm.
I am trying.
Oh, somebody's already out here doing it too.
Pugilist.
Is he now? It would be grand if I could target him. I gave him a reason and told him to call me in the morning. We're not going to get very much out of this because it was already done by the time we got here. But there is another one over yonder, so...
We literally flew through one.
Yep, that's why I said there's another one over yonder. 6 minutes left. Some kill fate.
Mochis are fucking mad at me. Like, I have done nothing.
I gotta Asuna 2 poisons off of me.
Yeah, lots of poison.
Poison buddies 1. So much poison.
Yep, that's O2's for you.
Yep.
If you aren't poisoned, what are you doing with your life?
I forgot you're a DPS, not your tank right now.
Yeah. Why would I be tanking?
I have 3 regens.
Good for you. I have none.
I have also a free cure. What do you mean you have none?
None when I stated that sentence.
Oh.
In my defense.
So much poison!
Yeah. Did you read the chat?
No.
Tater Chip asked if you
want me to join. If you want to. I know you're playing another game, so we're missing some. Oh, they're over here.
Stinging Sophie's out here.
Who?
She's a level 50. We got her.
Yeah, okay.
It's a hunt target. I've started some shit with some Ziz.
I see this. I shall give thee a regen, and you can call me later. You got 3 regens. You'll be alright.
I actually will be fine. Like, this won't take very long. You spelled calves wrong.
I know. I think at the time it wasn't letting me do it, is why. So I had to flip flop a letter around.
Thundaga calves. You can fly so high out here.
Mm-hmm.
You can fly for fuck all in Ulda.
Mm-hmm.
Like, and you go to Alamigo, you can barely fly high enough to get out the little crack in the wall.
Mm-hmm. Oh man, there's a boss fight over there, but it's only got a minute 42 and it's level 47.
A level 11 fate that hasn't been started.
Oh yeah? Fuck him!
This way.
Let's go get him.
Let's go give to him. So we started mobbing.
The hardest part of Belsar's wall right now is just finding a healer to get us in. Because that's literally what we're missing. Oh, and level 46 fate just spawned. Where are you going?
Fly through the brambles. I just went north.
It's a collection fate, isn't it?
No. It's protect fate.
Oh.
Pick the honeybee swarms.
From what? I guess you get that when I get this one?
Yeah. We're just making this bothered beekeeper run back and forth.
He's getting his steps in.
Boy, howdy is he.
One more? I take it yours is almost dead? Yeah.
Yep. I honestly haven't even hit him with a regular attack. I just kept throwing.
And your
piercing
fate
talon.
is almost complete.
I was unable to receive all the company seals.
There's a 17 fate over here that's 37% done.
This is where we gotta get into Belsash well soon.
Bruh, I know.
Average wait time 8 minutes.
It went from less than 5 to 8. I was like, why can't I attack?
Me at the frickin' bees. Is that a white mage? White mage?
This should be the last one. Ping. In your fate, plus 23,000. That almost put me at 41. There's a boss fate way the fuck up here that just started.
Mage has a Theorist Zenith. No.
This boss fate's 9 minutes left with 36%. Ah, whore. That's fine.
What do you mean, whore? I will take it.
I was enjoying myself.
I'm gonna run Belsash well, and then I'm getting off because I have to go to bed.
Oh boy. Oh yeah, I guess it is 8.
No. Huh?
So, well, I guess it is 8 for you.
Tater Chip logged in.
I'm sorry, I just now saw that you logged in. I'm so sorry. We just got into the dungeon.
Rawr!
And there it is. We got 3 Hrothgars and 1 little dude. We are your escorts.
Either that or this is a very, very weird fanfic porno.
It could be.
I'm gonna leave that up to debate.
Don't leave that up to chat. It's the worst thing you could do.
I'm not letting I said debate, not chat. I'm not letting those fuckers tell me what's going on. Chains. I would continue to pull, but these guys are stunned, so realistically it would take forever for them to catch up. Gotcha, bitch. For El Amigo!
Just run. Just run. Ooh, this is gonna be a hard one.
Do not run. It really does suck.
Very good attempt.
Ooh. I heard that.
Can you bring them just a smidge this way so that my AoE hits everybody? We got an archer over here, that's why.
Yeah, I'm like, don't even bother. There's an archer in that one. Oh, is there? No, there's not.
There's a mage, but he's still
There's usually like an archer in this group too. And it's done.
I was like, we probably killed him
you're
already.
literally spread out everywhere. Get that key.
Somebody else is already getting him.
I've been stunned.
I saw that. You were stunned for like 2 seconds. I saw that.
What's that? Was it the dog? No, I won't kick a dog.
I was like,
it's like canceled. Canceled. Immediately. Hi. Okay, so we got a mage guy. Where's that guy going?
he's tethered. He thought he had to get it off of him.
Get it off of him! No, you just kill that guy faster.
Yeah. Well, history has taught us that when you're fire chained and tethered, you fucking run as far away as you can.
I can run. run. I can miss.
Hold on, I gotta mess
Somebody
with my
grab that
audio.
key, thank
My
you.
audio is so fucked. Hold on.
Hurry up, you're missing important content.
Very good attempt, but I was focusing on something else, so that didn't work out for you.
It never works out for you, but it always makes me look at my computer
Mhm.
as to what happened. Because I'm like, wait, why is it making that noise? I think not. Gross. To go help them with theirs.
I was about to. Fucking Reaper almost dead, though.
my-
Like, Jesus
yeah,
Christ.
He got targeted. This guy was like, I'm going to target him. If the Reaper was like by me, I'd have fucking put cover on him, but he was on the other side of the map.
Everybody goes burr. Hiya.
A few
target.
moments later.
That Reaper, you are both like missing some health.
Yeah, we both got targeted. Sorry.
Go ahead and do that.
I used both my healing skills, so I'll be alright.
Perfect. Thanks.
I'm targeted again.
Wait, don't run, come back.
I'm sorry. It still worked out. I wasn't quite out of range yet.
Ha! I am helping. I feel important. I would like to give you guys like ooh, that'll help. I'd like to give you guys like intervention or something, but
Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Never mind, I got cured too, like right at the end.
I'm attacking it. I'm trying. Okay, he's dead. I can't carry any more headaches. But I can die on air.
Apparently.
I think this is too late. Agent comparison. No, what? Why the Reaper? He was literally standing there doing nothing. He's like on the other side of the map, and they're like, that motherfucker.
This motherfucker.
Get him. Let's go, girls. And they fucking took off.
Those things actually died relatively quickly. I thought they were going to take a little longer.
Nah, they're trash.
They're all trash
These hands
mobs,
are
but
what-
still.
Well, these hands are what's really exciting, you know?
Even that died pretty
and then it's
quickly.
gonna
Hey, look, there's a
rain- it's gonna
fucking
rain
treasure
guys.
coffer.
Yeah, it's been there. The whole time.
Oh.
Here they come.
It's raining
Colossus.
men! Oh.
No, it's not. It's raining Colossus.
Colossi. Colossuses?
Colossus. Colossuses.
Facts.
I am linguist. Stab him. Oh god, that hurts. And then it's gonna do this side. My sword is so small, but my AoE is large. Nyom. And then it's gonna drop some Magitech cement driller fuckers. Like right here. In a triangle. Around this area.
Cement rollers.
Cement driller motherfuckers. It's their official title.
Is it?
Yeah, Magitech Vanguard D1. Cement driller motherfuckers. Needle burst. What was in the box? I rolled a 69 for the Ring of Fending.
Do you need it?
I have 245 gear. Or 240 gear. It's
Oh, okay.
245. So.
Nothing beats these fucking gauntlets right now, bro. Like, with this pumpkin head and shit. It's just, amazing. Who are we waiting on? Oh, there he is. Reap Reaps. Reap Reaps.
Oh. Ow. Sir, please no. Sir. Stop attacking. Stop
Oh,
attacking.
fuck.
Don't move.
I hit one more time. I know.
You're good. Go.
Okay. I totally spaced that was this guy, and like I heard you say stop attacking, and my fingers still hit the button. I was like, no.
And it's a pretty liberal window. Like you're pretty okay. And then he's gonna summon ads at some point in time.
Now? Oh,
Yeah,
tits.
not now. Almost now though. I'm gonna put that on because I feel like he's gonna hit me hard for no reason. I don't have anything for anybody. I got the Ring of Fending.
Look at you go.
Stop attacking, stop attacking.
Does that include auto attack?
Yeah, I generally deselect him for good measure. And then, like, once it's off, you're good. I'm gonna use this mana for something.
There's the ads. Should we just spam him? I mean, he's almost dead. I was like, yeah, just fucking. I was like, just burn his ass. He had 5%. Like.
I was like, do it feels
right. Choker of aiming. I don't need anything. I'm tapped out on tomes. I mean, on tome gear. So.
Yeah. And that's good. But I was like, yeah, just kill him. I'll get them on me. That was really what I was trying to think of. But I was like, in the middle of doing that.
I got you.
I was like, do whatever you feels good. Like, if he's gonna die, go ahead and kill him. Don't let me stop you from having a good time.
Can't stop me now. I'm a monking away. Necklace of Fending. You know, it's kind of a bummer when it comes to raid gear. So, you know, like, let's say I go in as a black mage, right? And there's no other DPS casters in there. I'm guaranteed DPS casting gear if it drops, right? Healers and tanks do not have that luxury. Because there's typically 2 tanks and 2 healers.
Oh well.
I was just thinking about that right now. I was just like, huh.
Yeah, if there's only one caster, you have the benefit.
Or one of anything, you know what I mean? You are guaranteed your gear. Except for healers and tanks. They are not guaranteed
Unless, of course,
their
you
gear.
already have it, then you just get double fucked. You're like,
Right.
Wait.
Right.
Not the fuck.
Which is kind of like why I wish that the whole thing, you know, like when you're leveling up and stuff, it guarantees you a piece of gear at the end. I wish they would do that with all content. I think I'm lagging.
Good.
No, like they were real choppy there for a minute on their movement.
That might have been me, because I was like backing up to kind of like
Okay.
retouch them. I stopped for like a second, because I was like, I want these guys to really be fucking looking at me when we start this shit. Because like, I don't want to start big pulling and have them all be like,
Right.
fucking
I get
off
it.
in every direction but mine.
Right. That makes sense.
I mean, they were doing pretty good. Like, I mean, you guys are both ranged melee, so like, you guys are both melee attackers, is really what I'm trying to say. So like, realistically, the healer's not going to be attacking. Your guys kind of are attacking if you can keep up with them, but realistically, not really. So, you're fine. But I like to try and make sure.
And boss fight
that
time.
they're all looking at me because I'm important.
I can't remember who this guy actually is. So we're gonna find out.
It's the Griffin.
What you got for me, Griff? Oh, here you go. He's actually gonna tell us who he is. Oh yeah, it's that guy. Makes sense.
Oh my god, there was another new person in here? Oh,
They were doing pretty. I was like, they were doing pretty well.
Yeah. I just now realized the silliness of me being the tank.
The what?
You guys are all like, let's fuck him up, and then I'm like, ah! And so he's like, I have to kill that little fucker. He needs to die right now.
Turn around. Oh, the Reaper did not. Oh yeah, he did, I guess.
Blind. No, he didn't. He's blind. He's
It's blind? Okay.
Yeah, accuracy down. Out of petty cash.
The white mage could care less about fixing that on him.
It's not important. Unimportant. It's his own fault. We shouldn't have looked at him.
For all amigo. Oh, the sword thing.
I did that a little late. I apologize. Right,
We gotta break one, don't we?
Yeah, the one in the middle. Come help me.
Working on it.
How'd you like these?
Turn around.
He's doing that thing again. Don't look at him. He's gonna kick that guy.
Oh, he's gonna kick me.
Oh.
Gap closer.
Oh, that's nice. Ooh. You sound ill, sir. Restraint collar on the healer. Help your healer. Immediately. Alright, I'll let you guys do that. Peek at the Griffin. I don't know what that is. Ow. Okay, rude ass. Oh my god, my health just like almost disappeared entirely.
Oh, the Reaper had no shot on that one. They have a gap closer skill, but I don't think he has it yet.
Oh! I'm gonna do this. Also this. Fuck him, he's not touching me. Ass clown, eat my goddamn shorts, you mother. LB whenever you're ready.
Yep.
Here. Punch him in the face. Yeah, GG's. GG.
My dungeon master is almost complete.
Yeah. The healer left immediately. I am sad.
Let me calm somebody, please. Gave it to the Reaper. And I leveled because I got exercising the right. Look at me go. I didn't want that! You son of a bitch! It gave me the earring of slaying. That is the final dungeon of Heavensward, everybody. We now have 1, 2, 3. We have 5 quests left. We are going to finish those.
That scared me more than the scream.
But you cannot stop what I've begun. Behold, a glimpse of things
I don't really want to talk to Alphana, who's the quest giver, either, but here we are.
Why y'all doing that in the cutscene, yo?
Why not?
Fair.
Rawr! We did it! We showed the bastards!
Yeah.
Aye! Victory is ours!
And who knows, lads? Mayhap the Eorzeans will finally see sense when the enemy turns up on their bloody doorstep.
Who's this guy again?
This is for Alamigo, for Eorzea.
Laurentius? Oh no.
They die that others may live.
Oh no. He's gonna kill everybody. He's gonna try to.
Why is there always a Lala felony behind it?
Because they commit nothing but evil atrocities.
Attack!
Fair point. That's a fair cup.
Seven hells. Do you hear that?
Spider robots, bump, da ba da ba dum.
War machines. How did they get here so quickly?
Stand your ground! For the resistance!
Just destroying them.
There's nowhere to run. We're cut off.
What'd you think was gonna happen, idiots? And they're all dead.
Jesus. Such devastation.
Gods help us. What were we thinking? The Empire's too big. Too powerful. Mighty Ralker. Grant us the strength to crush our...
There you are. As you can see, our infiltrators did not elude me for long. Lady Ugiri is sending for an airship even as we speak.
What do we do? This is a massacre!
How wonderful to see you, Commander.
Ill bird. I should have known. This has to end. It has to end now. Do you not see your countrymen dying? Have your ideals rendered you blind even to that? Order the retreat, and we will help your soldiers to safety.
Retreat? With the moment of my triumph so close at hand? You truly are a sheltered child, Leverrier.
Nidhogg's eyes. No abyss is too deep for you, I see. But trust me when I say that such power was not meant for mortal hands.
How long have I struggled to reach this point? My countrymen, so inured to the taste of defeat, they no longer balk at its bitterness, shouting my throat raw with rallying cries, only to be greeted with dull eyes and blank faces. My brothers and sisters in Ulda have surrendered to their apathy and their appetites. Were it not for the glint of Lodorito's coin, I doubt even those here now would have answered my call. Take back our homeland! Free Alamigo! Ha! They'll happily mouth the words, but they won't spill the blood. You say no mortal should wield these eyes? Then I shall gladly become a demon. I will suckle on the souls of the hopeless and liberate the homeland they no longer deserve.
What exactly do you mean to do?
Did you hear their cries as victory was snatched away from them? Even with their dying breaths, they cursed the Empire. Never has their desire for vengeance been so raw, so true. A god has no need of faith when summoned by so pure a purpose.
Summoned? You cannot mean to fight the Empire with a primal. You know full well the danger, the futility of relying on such power.
Oh yes, I know their limitations. Which is why I will call upon a deity more terrible than the very black worm of the calamity itself.
What? Here? Now?
Like hells you will!
They always jump away in time.
An ending to mark a new beginning. My pain, my longing, you shall have it all!
It just doesn't work for him. Oh god, he did just squish in the ground. That's great.
Dumbass.
There's just piles of bodies everywhere. Bro, this game gets brutal sometimes in its cutscenes. And it's playing the song, the song Answers.
This light, is it...
His death completed the ritual. The primal is taking shape.
Well, can't we stop it? There must be something we can do!
There is one thing.
Papa Limo.
What? Hey! Where do you think you're going?
Master Louisoix briefly contained Bahamut by means of a potent spell of sealing. I will now attempt to do the same. But that's impossible! We would need hours to collect the necessary ether, if not days. Alphino, though I concede it may not always be apparent, I was ever your grandsire's finest pupil. Marty, of course! The staff still holds enormous power, broken or not.
Don't you dare, Papalimo! I know how that spell works. It is time to leave.
Quite right. Quickly now, off you go. The further away, the better.
No! If you're staying, then so am I.
No, Ida. There is a path only you can walk, and it must not end here. Not like this. Take her! Please, you have to take her!
Thancred. Poor bastard.
What? No! Damn it, Thancred! Put me down! Thancred!
This is one battle you cannot fight. Away with you! Go!
Stay at Papa Limo's side. We are staying with you, little man! What a dick!
Hilda! I think he means now!
He's like, nah, bruh, we're going now.
I bid thee farewell again, my dear Ida. Now, let us see
Can I ask
how
why the
good
fuck
a
the two of you are
student
standing
I truly was.
at the fucking opposites of the goddamn arena? Literally, the two of them could have just stood together and just saved me all the work. No, no.
See you later, Pops. See you later, Papa Limo. Why? Why didn't they let me stay? Papolino was my friend. I should have been there with him. You could see it in his eyes, Ida. He knew what he was doing, what had to be done. Master Louisoix wore the same look right before the end. Do you think I don't know that? I know, alright, I know. There is nothing more you could have done. Ilberd caught us off guard. Even PK Thunder was powerless to stop him. If you must blame someone, then blame me. Just promise that you will never forget what Papalymo strove to protect, or the lessons he tried to teach you. Don't speak to me. Leave Ida with me. Go on, go back to the Rising Stones. The others need to know what happened here.
Jesus, Gun is full of people right now.
Usually is. Louis Schwa's finest student.
Pretty barren.
Once again, I find myself at a loss for words, but Thankyard is right. We must return to the Rising Stones and appraise our companions of all of this. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola. What's his name? Lawrence or whatever his name is? That world boss? He's here again. Pray make your way there at once. I will send word to Y'shtola and the others of our imminent return. Lazy Lawrence or whatever his name is.
Yep.
I mean,
when you beat him, you get the Ochu minion or whatever.
Is that where it comes from? I thought it came from Tamtara or the other, not Tamtara. I'm sorry. What's it called? Now I can't remember. I need to look.
Veil?
No, Thousand Maws.
Thousand Maws.
That's where I thought it came from, anyway.
No, it comes from him.
Once we turn this in, guys, we got 4 missions left. Twould seem you bring ill tidings, brother. Aye. Behind the griffin's mask we found a grinning face of an old adversary, Ilberd. I know not how, but he had in his possession the eyes of Nidhogg, whose dread power he used to initiate a summoning ritual even as we looked on. And then he explains the rest. By the 12. I don't understand. To attempt such magic requires every ounce of one's aether. No one, not even grandfather, could cast it with the hope to survive. Indeed, it was ever a last resort, as I am certain Papalymo was aware. Thus did the pupil follow in the footsteps of his master, even unto the grave. I have as yet been unable to explain how Ilberd came to possess Nidhogg's eyes. In the depths of the Sea of Clouds, a perpetual storm of water and wind aspected aether rages. No mortal could endure such conditions. Then mayhap it was the work of an Ascian. But now is not the time for idle speculation. Kryl, I have need of your assistance. Yes, of course. We must inspect the cocoon of light and ascertain the state of the primal trapped within. Between our respective talents, I dare say we shall glean some measure of insight. Understood. I can't promise I'll be able to sense much through the barrier, but I shall certainly do my best. As shall I. Let us be about it then. What? Without so much as a by your leave? Pray forgive Archon Y'shtola her brevity. She seeketh employment, lest her grief deprive her of her will to act. A desire to comfort Ida doubtless compoundeth her unseemly haste. I too must contend with this grievous loss in my own way. By thy leave, Lady Elise, I shall honor our fallen colleague through gainful study. There exists writing which may yet further our understanding of this cocoon of light. Mayhap I was too quick to judge. Surrendering to sadness and regret would be a poor tribute to Papalymo's sacrifice. Quite. We must begin preparations to face Ilberd's accursed creation without delay. What time we have must be purchased at too dear a price for us to squander it. I don't see any other things on here. Any other trials or anything? So I don't think we fight that thing just yet. I don't remember what it is either. I don't remember how it goes away or what have you, but Peak of Thunder, I wish I had more to tell you, but the situation in the East Shroud remains largely unchanged. Meaning we still have no idea how long it will be before... The communication from the Alliance. One moment. Yes, of course. Our representatives will be present. My thanks. Word from Gridania. The council will shortly be reconvened. The Alliance leaders have already begun to assemble. They wish to discuss the primal, of course. As of Ystola's last report, the cocoon yet hung above the wall unchanged. Yes, but the other seeds here doubtless shares our concerns about how long it will remain. So, I am told that Sid Garland has been called in to add his expertise to proceedings. A wise decision. The more minds we have working on this, the better. Well then, I suggest we leave the Rising Stones in Tataru's capable hands and make haste for the Lotus Stand. A boat has arrived. Ah, it's that dude. I can never remember his name, but it's that dude. AKA a samurai. I don't know if he's a Hyur or if he's a Rogadin, because he's massive.
A word, if you would, good sir. This place. It is within the realm of Eorzea.
You're an odd-looking fellow, aren't you? Still, takes all sorts, I suppose. This here's Vesper Bay. Thanalan's door to the ocean, as some folk like to call it.
Am I to understand from your answer that I have indeed arrived in Eorzea?
Eh? Yes? You're in Eorzea?
Yes?
Ah! A plain response at last, and the one I wanted at that. My journey was not without its hardships, and I would sooner travel by land than put to sea again. You do not believe that so small a bark could bear me across the ocean? Such timid little sailors. I had but to set my course and set my jaw till I made port.
He's hungry now.
Though, would perhaps have been wise to lay down my oars a moment to sup on more than the spray of brine water. By the trembling of my limbs, I sense a brief repast may be in order. Nay, I will not hearken to the feeble grumblings of an empty belly. Duty comes before all.
This motherfucker just... I got this faceplant.
It's Gosetsu.
Gosetsu, that's his name? Okay. Oh, man. And there's Orion J like, what the fuck did I just watch?
Thou art far indeed from home, friend.
Still begs my question. Is he a Hyur or is he Rogadin? Because he's massive for a Hyur. Because we can't make Hyurs that big.
It's a half. You know, they never really talk about it, but there could be half.
Well, Minfilia was half and half because her mom is Makot.
Really?
Yeah, her mom's inside the Rising Stones. She's the Makote that's behind the bar. Unless that's like an adoptive mother. Yeah, unless that's an adoptive mother. I can't remember though.
I thought it was adoptive.
Is it adoptive? Okay, well then never mind.
I think she adopted her, and didn't she adopt Thancred?
I don't know. I know Thancred knew Minfilia's dad because Thancred's whole thing was that her dad died because he refused to act when he needed to, or something, or he wasn't careful about something. Welcome, Warrior Light. This way, if you please.
Dear friends, pray accept my heartfelt thanks for your efforts in defense of Gridania's borders. I would fain dwell longer on my gratitude for the support of the Alliance, but the situation at Belsar's Wall demands that we forego such pleasantries.
I know you said you were going to bed, sir, but are you going to wait until this is over with me?
According to our most recent intelligence, the cocoon of light.
I mean, I've already
formed in the
finished
air
that
above the
quest.
wall remains undimmed
yeah.
I've already
and
seen the
unbroken.
credits, so I mean.
After measuring the cocoon's etheric concentrations, Archon
I'm not sure. I'm
Y'shtola
like,
has
I should
confirmed
go
the
to
presence
bed. I should at least
of a primal
start
entity.
getting ready. I'll watch it for sure.
So we must assume that Ilbert's thrice damned god is indeed trapped within. And what news of the Imperials? They're not like to ignore such a spectacle.
Sir, a Garlean airship was observed making an approach, but the vessel was destroyed when it drew near. The Empire appears to have made no subsequent attempts to reach the object.
The soldiers who witnessed the incident spoke of a lance of light issuing from within the cocoon, of an entire warship being reduced to smoking ruin in the space of a moment. Veterans of Cartano, meanwhile, likened the destruction to that wrought by the fiery wrath of Bahamut.
We could face another calamity.
So the Primal is awake then? Contained, yes, but for how long? We must destroy it now, lest it break free.
Agreed. There is, however, the small matter of how to get close enough to a being that swats warships from the sky as you would a bothersome gnat. Is this truly so complex a puzzle? Or have you no stomach for the obvious solution?
Nero.
What in the hells are you doing here? A pleasure to see you too, Garland. Now, if you'd be so kind as to explain to these good people why you should be begging me for my assistance, that would be most appreciated. Who is this man?
Does he have a hammer on him?
Oh, how terrifically rude of me. Nero Tolskeva, former tribunus of the 14th Legion of the Garlean Empire. These days, however, one might say that I'm something of a free agent. What do you want, Nero? I was getting to that. Although you already know what I'm about to propose, old friend.
Oh, yeah?
As you have rather belatedly realized, within that frail binding lurks an entity alike in strength to the great Bahamut, and the only force in existence which might conceivably contend with such a foe is the very creation which captured the Elder Primal in the first place. I speak, of course, of Omega.
Omega? That hulk has been gathering dust beneath the plains of Cartanal since the Allagans breathed their last. And none alive knows how to wake it.
I'm sorry? Do you understand who it is with whom you have the privilege of speaking? I'm Nero Tolskeva, Master Engineer, the mechanical genius who restored the Ultima weapon to full operational capacity. And as luck would have it, I am graciously offering you the use of my considerable expertise.
And what, you just expect us to accept? You're a fool if you think your deeds at the Crystal Tower are enough to win my trust, Nero.
trust? You wound me, Garland. All those years studying side by side at the academy, sharing both trial and triumph, we were countrymen once, you and I. But sentiment aside, have you a better solution? Or do you mean to send in your vaunted hero there, as you always do, and pray the world is not engulfed in flame? Let us approach the problem in a rational manner. Does not the fact that Omega slumbers in stasis point to the existence of some overriding technology? A means of control?
I would ask a question, if I may. Nero, was it not? In the event that we succeeded in using Omega to shackle the Primal in the manner you propose, what then would become of it? Do we not risk repeating the mistakes of the Allagans?
Omega is but a tool. How we choose to employ that tool is entirely up to us. Of course, if you would rather leave it buried beneath Cartano while you continue your petty squabbles above, then I suppose that is also your choice.
Spare us, Nero. The Seedseer's concern is a valid one. He who controls Omega wields the power of the gods, the very power which led the Allagans to destroy themselves.
And does it not fall to we engineers to prevent such misuse? What was your company's proud slogan? Freedom through technology?
A creed you follow, is it? What say you? Do we take this villain at his word?
No, but I'll keep an eye on him.
Sexual tension between Nero and just palpable.
Cut that shit with a knife. It's just like,
You could cut it with his hammer.
As will I don't like it, but then it doesn't look like we have much choice. Would the Council be willing to entrust this matter to a pair of former Imperials?
Yes. The task of restoring the Allagan relic will be yours. But the responsibility for its reawakening must remain with the Council. Do we condone this course of action?
Aye. 'Twould seem we do. Let the record show that we invest this contingent with the authority to enter Cartano and take command of Omega. Sid, I appoint you leader of the expedition. Scions, I would ask that you assign some few of your number to escort Master Garland and supervise the other one.
And supervise the other one.
We should be happy to oblige. The politics of Cartano being what they are, I dare say our neutrality will prove useful in avoiding any unnecessary entanglements.
If I am not mistaken, Doma occupies a similarly neutral position. Might we not persuade you to join the expedition, Lady Yugiri? If you suspected any foul play from Nero, you would be welcome to kill him.
You would be welcome to kill him.
My blade is yours.
He's like, the fuck, man?
Not a moment's hesitation, eh? You'll forgive me if I do not shake your hand.
Only a couple more quests, guys. Only a couple more. Well, that was rather unexpected development, and one which raises a number of questions, not least among them how Nero chanced to learn of the Council's meeting in the first place. Because he's Nero. Sid and the others are assembling at the airship landing. Alize is already on her way, and it would not do to lag too far behind. Let us be off. Airship landing in Gridania, which means I need to go... Oh, you can teleport directly to it. That is great. I don't think I was supposed to, though, because it looks like they are... Yeah, they're right here. Okay, cool. PA Thunder, Alpha Node ready to go. The others have stepped out onto the landing for a moment. Unless you wanted, Nero insisted that he be allowed to inspect the Excelsior before boarding. And you let him, despite his very timely offer of assistance, and the thought of that man poking about in the inner workings of the ship without proper supervision does not fill me with confidence. Calm yourself, Alpha Node. Your sister was adamant that he would never leave her sight. She and Yugiri are... well, here they are now. Alright, I think that's everyone. So I set a course for Cartano. Might I ask that you delay our departure slightly? I require no more than a few hours at most. Our colleagues are studying the cocoon even as we speak, and I would hear their latest observations ere we proceed. It would seem wise to gain as clear an understanding of the situation as possible before formulating our plan. Oh, I thought time was against us. How foolish of me. Hold your tongue. When we want your opinion, we'll ask for it. Forgive me, my lady. I shall keep my counsel until such a time as you have finished procrastinating. All right. Well, Alpha speaks with his colleagues. I shall fly the Excelsior over to Mordona, and we can reconvene at the Rising Stones. My apologies for the trouble. I shall visit Istola and the others forthwith, and join you as soon as I am able. The Thunder pray accompany Alize back to the Rising Stones. I should feel safer knowing you are present to entertain our guests. Right, everyone heading to Mordona is welcome to travel aboard the Excelsior. I'll clear things with the girl at the counter here. Let her know when you're ready to leave. I can just teleport there, right? I don't have to take the airship? Nope, gotta talk to her. Traveling with Master Garland, sir. The Enterprise Excelsior is right this way. Not quite door-to-door service, but I couldn't exactly land here in the Toll's main square. Shall we adjourn to the Rising Stones then? Why did I even have to get on the ship for this? I could have teleported here. And now it just seems kind of redundant to teleport. I might as well just fly the rest of the way.
You have to take the airship with good company, of course.
Of course.
And because you're supposed to be keeping an eye on Nero.
Whatever.
So these are the fabled headquarters of the Scions. I confess I would have expected an order of self-proclaimed warrior scholars to surround themselves with the fruits of man's enlightenment. And yet there's not so much as a single piece of tech in sight.
Go. I don't know why you're pestering me. You just went out. Go lay down. Okay? It's not your dinner time yet.
It to amaze me how primitive you Eorzeans truly are.
Oh, I'll have you know that the Rising Stones is home to the very latest in Magitech innovation. Wedge calls it the Mark 14 Thermocoil Boil Master, and it's the finest kettle I've ever had the pleasure to own.
The finest kettle she's ever had the pleasure to own.
We are returned. Well, Ida and I, at least. Ishtola and the others remain behind to continue their assessment of the binding magic.
There didn't seem much point staying just for that, so I decided to come back with Alphino. Papalimo bought us this time. We shouldn't waste it.
By your leave!
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Good gods, that voice could fell a gigas.
That voice can fell a gigas, she says.
This is the Rising Stones, domicile of the Scions of the Seventh Dawn. I enter at the invitation of one Lord Urianger. I spy you there, Shadow Walker. You always were a hard one to find.
Yugiri, do you know this man?
Comes running up.
Rawr!
Gositsu, why are you come to Eorzea?
In search of you, Yugiri. For days and nights did I row across the angry sea. I made port in good spirits, only for my own flesh to betray me over the trifling matter of an empty belly. Collapsed in the street like an unfed stray I was, until Lord Urianger came to my aid. Over a most welcome meal, we spoke of the plight of Doma, and I learned of our displaced countrymen's work to resettle this blighted land. 'Twas blind fortune that I was able to locate you so swiftly. But now we must make ready to depart. Our master languishes in dire peril, and Doma calls her daughter home.
It is not so simple, Gosetsu. There are obligations which bind me here.
You refuse? Did you mislay your oath during your flight from our homeland? The laws of hospitality must be honored, but surely the vow to defend your master demands the greater obeisance.
It was our master who bid me guide our people to safe haven by any means necessary. And it was the Scions you see before you who provided us succor and sanctuary when all others refused. Dire peril or no, were I to return without first repaying such hospitality, our master would cut me down at the threshold.
Mayhap that is so.
She's gonna stick around to stab Nero.
There is
Can't
more.
leave.
Facts.
A crisis threatens all within this realm, Eorzean and Doman alike, and I go to play my part in its resolution. I will not bring shame upon our liege by abandoning my people or my duty.
How very noble of you. Now, in the name of honor, kinship, and, yes, practicality, might I suggest we get this expedition underway? Or would you rather debate the finer points of duty and leave Omega to the Empire?
The Empire? Yugiri, you draw steel against the curs of Garlemald? Then why did you not say so? My blade is oathbound to fall upon the ranks of the Imperials wheresoever they march. Lead on, Shadow Walker, and may the enemy tremble at our coming.
Oh, they'll hit you coming, that's for sure. Piggy Thunder, wait, could I speak with you for a moment? Ah, yes, the Scion garb. Do you remember when I had you meet me at the Diamond Forge and we ambushed you? I'm like, you're not planning on doing it again, are you? Well, once we had our measurements, I set work making you a traveling outfit in my spare time. I've only just this moment finished the stitching, but I wanted you to have it before you left. Here you go. You can try it on right now if you like. It has me walk away to put it on.
A few moments later.
It don't look half bad. My rings are god awful, but you know. And that monocle though. Assuming we measured correctly, it should fit. It should be just right. Snug, but not too snug, if you know what I mean. So how does it feel? Those rings are god awful. You're not just saying that, are you? Oh, I can't tell you how much this means to me. to have crafted something worthy of the Warrior of Light it's well, let's just say it makes all the practice worthwhile. I also sewed in a blood pearl charm too. You know, bring you home, may it always protect you. I actually don't look half bad like this. Not gonna lie. I need to get rid of that monocle, but, you know, aside from that. Sorry, another cutscene? Oh, okay. Fly free, my pretty. That's what this quest is called. So we have to wake Omega up, right? When do we start? Ida, are you sure that's... I'm sure, yes. I won't lie and say I'm completely fine, but I'll feel a lot better if I'm doing something useful. Very well. I will remain here and continue coordinating our efforts with the Alliance. Alphanod, mayhap you could return to Gridania and assist Yustola and Cryo. A fine suggestion. The rest of us will form the Cartno expedition party. Nir and I will focus on rousing Omega, while PK Thunder, Ida, and the Dome and friends will take care of security. He's like, oh yes. The Excelsior is by the lake, just outside town. We'll leave as soon as everyone is ready. We're almost done, guys. Almost done. Mortona. I don't know why I was just about to teleport. Before we finish this stream up, guys, I'm gonna take a quick bio. BRBs. Ah, Metal Shadow. We were supposed to see how Iranthi looked on that bike. That's unfortunate.
Fuck. That's alright.
Yeah, we can figure it out
next time.
Yeah, there's always tomorrow. We haven't far to go. With any luck, we'll be in Cartano before Gosetsu graces the deck with his dinner. Once there, however, we had best be on our guard. Given that Elaine Royally was still active when Omega was discovered, we can be sure the Empire has long been aware of its existence, and if Nero deemed it the obvious solution to the threat posed by the new Primal, it is not possible that Garlemald might do the same. Have your weapons ready and your wits about you. Something tells me we're flying into a fight. Level 60. I gotta fix my audio because it's always delayed when I come back from a break. It happens every time I change scenes. So like when I go from a break scene to this scene, it fucks my audio. It makes it really delayed into my headset. I don't know why.
Now, where was that? Ah. I've enabled the teleporter. One brief jump and we shall arrive in Omega's control room.
How convenient. You've been here before.
Of course. It was no easy task threading a path through all the skirmishes. But how could I ignore the existence of such a fascinating toy? You may trust that my preliminary examination was suitably thorough.
Trust? Aye. I trust your appetite for technology.
Ah, yes.
I chased down a suspect airship, and who should I find but the traitor, Sid Garland. Searching for something.
You bitch!
Something
Absolutely.
big. It's close, isn't it? It's like all my name days have come at once.
No, see, he's a Roganin. For sure.
For all the scouts the Empire could have sent. Take care of that brute, will you?
gods, damn it. Can't let Nero tinker around in there by himself. I'm sorry to leave you to it, but I dare say you'll manage without me. This clod has no idea who he's dealing with.
And I am a max leveled level 60. Like, max item level. Fucking bring it, bitch. Here's Gosetsu, the first time we see a samurai in action, technically.
Gosetsu, samurai of Doma. You will rue your choice of opponent this day.
And they kept teasing us with hammer classes. So, I mean, they're eventually going to give us one. They have to. Because they give enemies hammers all the damn time.
That's honestly how you know they're enemies. If they wield a hammer, bad guy. If they
Pretty
give us
much.
hammers, we're all bad guys.
If they give us hammers, we're the bad guys. Oh no, don't tell me I'm about to lag out. That was really delayed. Did you see that shit? I am lagging super hard.
Jesus. No,
Yeah.
it's not lag. You're just that quick.
I'm just that
You
quick.
didn't even know you hit him.
Oh, I'm lagging again. Why am I lagging? I'm hardlined in everything. Defeat Imperial forces.
It's all over now. Leave this to me.
His AoEs will literally kill his own allies. It's the
For
dumbest
real?
thing.
That's great.
Yeah.
Why am I almost dead? Holy shit.
I of course I was the...
Right.
It's hard. But I was tanking, and like everything would come to me because of tanking, and then he would do like whatever hammer, and it would them off.
Yeah, I'm lagging bad enough that you're cutting out
And
a
I'm
lot.
like, those guys are yours, and they're dead.
Right. Surrender. We have you outnumbered. Wouldn't be the first time. Are you still playing with those soldiers? I suppose I can lend you one of my toys, but only if you promise to give it back. His Magitech armor. Behold, the Red Baron. Now end this nonsense. What the? No one told me they had Magitech armor. Forward for the Empire! He runs away. The honorless cur thinks to abandon his men. I shall see that he shares their fate. Pray attend to the rest of his minions.
They're like, we didn't know he was gonna have Magitech armor. The guy was literally known for Magitech armor, and you find him. You're
Right.
like, yes, the traitor.
Your defense is lacking.
Yeah, this is the part where I'm like, Ida's over here, and Yugiri's over there. And if they just do it together, so much easier.
Right.
I don't get it.
Oh, he brought his
I don't know
own.
why they're like, we have to stand at max casting range.
Right.
Ida and Yugiri are the type of people to hide behind pillars and then be like, why didn't you heal me?
We will handle the soldiers. I pray dispose of the giants. You mean like that? Jesus Christ.
This one'll sting.
Yeah. There's a reason that thing's got a long cooldown.
Oh man.
It's all over now.
I kept doing that too every time I'd use it.
Your defense is lacking.
Look upon a samurai of Doma.
Ammunition is depleted. Hey, you can't just run off. Deserting a battle is punishable by death. Isn't that what you did? I ordered you to stand your ground. Come back here now, please.
You're like pathetic. I'm sure Gosatsu's like he's on our list.
Mm-hmm.
No retreat.
No bitches. No maidens. Behavior.
No holding back.
Ooh, that's gonna hurt.
Leave this to me.
With soul and steel.
I win, bish. Mark my words, you haven't seen the last of me. Yeah, isn't he a boss later on too?
Yeah, I think so. You get a wind up version of him too.
Hmm.
Temporal stasis disengaged. All systems operational. Garland?
All clear on this side. It's waking up.
Remarkable. Omega sensors immediately detected the presence of the cocoon, even at this distance. They must have been set to scan for sources of energy exceeding certain magnitudes.
I still don't see any means to control the machine directly. It seems to have been designed to act wholly autonomously. Once we release Omega, we can be fairly certain it will attempt to capture the Primal at Belsar's Wall. Assuming its mission is successful, our only option at that point will be to re-engage its stasis system and put it back to sleep.
And should the machine happen to misbehave, we'll simply initiate an emergency shutdown. I confess we don't yet have a complete grasp of its capabilities, but I'm certain the details will not elude us for long.
Well, I understood less than half of that. So, my question to you is...
Sounds like
are
a
we
lot of
doing the
fuck
right
around and
thing?
find out.
That's pretty much what it is. Well, is there any other way?
I suppose not. All right. Step aside, Sid. Is this the thing I need to press?
Yes, that's the one.
She's like, I will do it.
You gave too much for us to waste this chance, Papalimo. So this is for you. And me.
Probably didn't need to hit that hard, but okay.
She's a monk. She hits everything hard.
Right.
Yes! Fly free, my pretty! Show us what you can do.
He's a bit psycho, but that's okay.
The launch sequence has begun. Omega is loose.
I'm not gonna lie, I do kind of want the Omega mount. Oh, it broke free. Just in time for Omega to show up. Isn't that... That is, okay. I was like, I know I've seen that somewhere before, now I remember why. Tidal wave. The animation team kind of went hard with this one, huh? Ooh, bro, he's about to hyper beam the shit out of you. The beam struggle, the Kamehameha, bruh. They went way too hard with that cutscene. Oh shit. Like way too hard. Thunderbolts and lightning, very, very frightening. They both fly off to fight each other.
Huh? Omega has stopped transmitting. But that shouldn't be. I didn't engage the stasis system.
And what does this signify? I have little understanding of these contrivances.
The launch went exactly to plan, but all signals emanating from Omega have ceased. This may indicate any number of things, but we will need to join the Scions out in the field if we are to ascertain which one.
Right. I've ordered a malfunctioning beast to go to sleep. That should prevent any unfortunate mishaps. I suggest we make our way back to Gridania.
Omega destroyed the cocoon.
The symbols on her neck
Hero's spell is
disappeared.
faded. It was bound to his ether, you see. And if the connection is broken...
I'm not sure why we lost contact with Omega, but I mean to find out. Let's be on our way. One moment everything was functioning perfectly, and the next it wasn't. It makes no sense. We need to see what happened for ourselves, and soon. No, don't talk to Sid. The far edge of fate. Words can ill express how glad I am to see you all unharmed. When Omega came hurtling towards the cocoon, everything dissolved into chaos. I have to see it. I had to see it with my own eyes. Ida, wait. We must first. The Elder Seedseer is expecting us. Worry not, Alpha now. Gotsetsu and I will watch over her. You may safely attend your meeting. My thanks, Yugiri. The council reconvened a short while ago. Let us make haste for the Lotus Stand. All there are eager to hear our testimony.
Right, I actually have to go to bed, so.
No worries, sir.
Falling fast.
No worries, sir. We're almost done, so. But we will talk to you the next time.
It's gonna be like a long-ass cutscene.
It is. It is. But that's okay.
So, alright, have fun.
Alrighty, sir. Bye-bye.
Bye.
The Elder Seedseer awaits you within. My friends, full eagerly have we awaited your return. Few indeed could have discharged the duty entrusted to you, and most humbly do we thank you for seeing it done. You are too kind, Elder Caesar. As I recall, we as good as demanded the right to try, but tell me, how did the battle unfold? We succeeded in waking Omega, but lost contact with the weapon shortly after it launched from our position in the control room. We were blind to all that followed. Well, what words could do justice to such a scene? None of my choosing. That much is certain, but I can give you the facts. The cocoon hatched even as Omega arrived, and from its midst rose a great dragon. The pair duly set about each other in the skies over Girabanya. The primal's might defied belief. It seemed the very heavens would be rent asunder by the force of its blows, and it wielded such magics as I have never seen and hope never to see again. The battle raged on with no end in sight until both combatants were engulfed in a blinding flash of light. When the radiance faded, I saw the pair fall motionless from the sky, coming to rest somewhere on Alamigan soil. I will not speak for the rest, but to my eye it seemed that each landed a fatal blow on the other. While most among us could think only of Bahamut when looking upon the primal's form, the Domans were heard to whisper the name Shinryu. It would appear that the being resembles a creature of Far Eastern legend, and we have found it convenient to refer to it as such. This Shinryu's fate, and indeed that of Omega, is yet unknown. We have, alas, no eyes on the Girbanyan side of the border. Aye, which is why we have sent our main force under the command of Marshal Tarupin to capture the wall. With the Imperials in disarray, we have the perfect opportunity to secure Gdanyan's border and assess the aftermath of the impact. I myself will join the Marshal and his men when the council is adjourned. Well, that explains a few things. I'll wager that flash of light coincided with our loss of contact. Lest you wonder, we quickly re-engaged Omega stasis systems, so even if it has fallen into the Empire's lab, it will be of no use to them, save perhaps as a statue. Correct. Without me to guide their efforts, it would take them decades to decipher Omega's core functions, if they managed it at all. Such reassurances do much to calm our fears, yet the relic's fate is but one of several concerns. Indeed, I humbly submit that the time has come for us to make contact with the Resistance representatives in Garabanya. Though Ilberd has forced our hand, it would seem only logical to seek an alliance given the inevitability of Imperial retaliation. And by working in concert, it is not impossible that Alamigo might finally be wrested from Garlemald's grasp. You must be exhausted. I would ordinarily suggest we retire directly to the Rising Stones, but I wonder if we might first make a small detour. Yastola and the others have gathered at Amerso Spire, and I imagine that you, too, would be interested in seeing what has become of the wall now the cocoon is gone. It is decided then. Lead on. Where am I going? Hawthorne? Yeah. Hawthorne Hut. Oh, man. Pushing my luck with this one. I didn't want to do the next stream and have it have it be like, oh, we finished 3.0 like 2 seconds into the stream, so that's why I'm continuing on, but you know.
My friends, I cannot well express how glad I am to see you both unharmed. They say that Omega's clash with the Primal shook the very firmament.
You need not have worried. The battle took place far above the ground. We were able to observe in relative safety, though I'm given to understand that there were casualties on the far side of the wall.
It was like watching a nightmare unfold before our very eyes. Ilberd's primal manifested in the form of a colossal dragon, a being of pure violence. It burst forth from the cocoon with such terrible force.
That such a horror should spring from the eyes of Nidhogg comes as no surprise. Nor do I wonder at its form. Ilberd all but announced it in the moments prior to his death. Plainly, it was his dying wish to visit a second calamity upon the Empire.
And I am quite certain the abomination would have obliged had it not found itself outmatched by Omega. Gods! I am no stranger to the works of Alag, but even I was unprepared for the machine's furiosity. It beggared belief.
And how fares poor Ida in the midst of all this? Have you spoken with her?
She is up on the platform, lost in thought. We deemed it best not to disturb her, but mayhaps she would welcome some company after all. Shall we?
light's gone. It was all we had left of him.
Ida.
I don't blame anyone. I knew what was going to happen. I knew the spell Papalimo meant to cast would drain away his life force. I knew that it would only buy us a little time.
Good God, that is loud. Oh, she took it all off.
Ida, there is no need to explain.
She party.
Well, there is. I can't hide in Papalimo's little shadow anymore, and I shouldn't hide behind my sister's mask. 20 years ago, on the day the Empire marched into Alamigo, I was still just a child, not even 5 summers old.
Not even 5 years old.
My father had been one of the leaders of the revolution. He had fought to overthrow the mad king, Theodoric. And my sister had fought alongside him. But she was strong and kind, and always knew what to do. But when the Garleans came, everything changed. My father went to war against them too, and I never saw him again. After that, I remember a lot of running. My sister dragged me for malms and malms until we came to the city of Charlian. That was where she met Master Louis Soir. He introduced her to the Circle of Knowing, and she eventually became an Archon.
She was your inspiration. Is that not why you took up her mask and her name? Or did you simply mean to continue what she had started?
You've known all along, haven't you? That I wasn't Ida.
Of course. We all recognized you at once. 'Twas Papalimo who persuaded us to maintain the charade.
All the Scions knew.
It was silly to think I could fool you. I knew that even then, but I sort of decided not to know. Ida died 6 years ago, on a mission to smuggle refugees out of Alamigo. They say she was overwhelmed by Imperial soldiers when she stayed behind to save a little girl. She was so strong. There must have been a lot of them.
Why did you never tell me? I'm just gonna dot on this one.
I'm sorry for lying to you. My real name is Lise.
Lise.
When Papalimo brought me Ida's mask, it was meant as a keepsake, but I decided I wanted to be his new partner, to keep alive all the good that she had done. I didn't want to become Ida, exactly. At the time, though, I still didn't know who I was myself, and it almost seemed easier to play the role. Papalimo agreed to help, of course, but it was never what he wanted for me. He wanted me to walk my own path, and those were his final words to me. The Archon's mark he gave me is faded, and my last excuse along with it. So this is it. Whatever I choose to do from now on, I do as Lise. And I choose to continue my family's fight. I want Alamigo to be the country that Ida and my father always wanted it to be.
War is upon us once more.
Do you regret standing against the Empire? Would you have chosen a different road?
knowing what you know now?
To claim that I never doubted the decision would be a lie. But I made my choice, and I have defended it with blade in hand ever since.
The battle continues, and our steel is needed. Come, Shadow Walker, we leave for the east, for Doma.
It was brave of Lise to remove her mask after so long. Though she has scarce begun to come to terms with Papi Limo's loss, that one act made plain her determination to move forward. And should she ever falter, we shall be here to support her on this road she has resolved to walk. Let us return to the Rising Stones. We have quite the story to tell to Taru and my sister. That is it. Heavensward. 'Tis over. Officially. We still gotta finish the mission itself, but that is Heavensward, guys. We are now going to be taking on the grueling task that is Stormblood. That's the word I'm looking for. I really don't want to, if I'm being completely honest. I hate Stormblood so much. But unfortunately, it comes down to one of those things where it's just like, so, yeah, I mean, but what we're going to do is the main thing that we will be doing is finishing this up. That'll be the end of the stream, and then we will start Stormblood in the next stream. It has definitely been, what do you call it? I guess a journey going through all this so far. But yeah, we're gonna go ahead and get this showboat on the road. It's just the credits, unfortunately, so we don't really need to watch that. We just need to come talk to Alize to finish the Far Edge of Fate, aka ending Heavensward. He may have mentioned, but Alphinaud has apprised me of all that has come to pass in Gridania. Your only task now is to rest. This is the calm before the storm. Lise has chosen her path, and as her friends, we must do what we can to support that choice. We are fated to join the conflict in any case. Once the Alliance has taken the wall and opened the way to Girabanya, we will have little choice but to fight. Which is not to say that the cause is unworthy. After all, ignoring the plight of those whom one might conceivably save is not wisdom but indolence. Correct? I, for one, look forward to joining hands with the Alamegans and striking a blow against the tyranny of the Empire, as I rather suspect do you. Bum, ba-dum, bum. And that is the end of Heavensward and the final cutscene for Heavensward. Pippin! Quick, march. The Emperors will soon come to their senses, and we must be ready to face their retributions. It's almost time, father. Aye, almost. Stand firm, Pippin. I learned to brace myself against the charge of the bull of Alamigo. No foe will dislodge me. Very well, Ilberd. I will take our homeland back. For the both of us. And there he is. There he is. My Lord Viceroy, our scouts have confirmed the preliminary reports. Belsar's wall has fallen to the Eorzean Alliance. The hunt for Omega and the unknown icon continues. Though both yet elude us, my lord, their battle caused considerable damage across the region. Should we perchance divert some of our forces from the search to undertake necessary reconstruction work? Forgive me, my lord. I did not intend. Your will be done. Unknown. My spies tell me the Domans call it Shinryu, and that it proved a match for Omega. Yes, the coming days promise to be most interesting. Most interesting. At the far edge of fate, the road begins anew. The heroes look to eastern skies and behold their crimson hue. A dawn of liberation, a gathering storm of blood. AKA Stormblood, guys. Duh. And that is it for Stormblood, guys. Spinny, spin, spin, spin. Alright. As you can see, we also have new, quests, class quests. We're going to get to that eventually. For now, we are going to do a little something special for this. The Stormblood. Opening cinematic to signify we have entered Stormblood. I wasn't talking to you. There's Alamigo, obviously. There's Garlemald. Naoki Yoshida, aka Yoshipi. And there's Gosetsu and Yukiri. Stormblood! Because that's where we are now. Oh, and this is what the title screen looks like for Stormblood. But, yeah, so we have made it to Stormblood finally. Hip hip huzzah, everybody. Hip hip huzzah. Yeah. Thank you all for joining and following us through Heavensward, also known as 3.0. Next stream we will be starting 4.0, aka Stormblood. And, yeah, hopefully y'all enjoy it, and hopefully y'all are excited for the extensive 120 something MSQ that is Stormblood. We don't have a dungeon for a long time. Let's see, 9 plus 8 is 17. 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30. Our first dungeon is 30 quests in, okay? So, it's gonna be a long haul. Pray to the 12 that we make it. But anyway, thank y'all for hanging out, and we'll see ya in Stormblood.